Good evening, everyone. Thank you for joining us for our closed session. City Attorney Logue will make a closed session announcement, and then the City Council welcomes public comment on the item listed for closed session.
Thank you. Good evening. This is City Attorney Jennifer Logue. There is one item on this evening's closed session agenda. Item 2.1 is a conference with real property negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.8. The property is 1 Amphitheater Parkway, Lot C. The agency negotiators are Angela LaMonica, Real Property Program Administrator, and Public Works Director Don Cameron. The negotiating party is Google LLC. Under negotiation are price and terms of lease.
Thank you. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on the closed session item listed on tonight's agenda? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person calls first, and each speaker will have 2 minutes. Seeing no speakers, the council will now, we're on item 2, the closed session item. The council will now recess to the Plaza Conference Room and return to the council chambers at 6:30 for the regular session. Good evening, everyone. I hope you can hear me. Welcome to the adjourned joint meeting of the Mountain View City Council and the Shoreline Regional Park community. For those joining us in person, please note that due to our hybrid environment, audio and video presentations can no longer be shared from the lectern. Requests to show an audio or video presentation during a council meeting should be directed to city.clerk@mountainview.gov by 4:30 p.m. on the meeting date. Additionally, due to our hybrid environment, we will no longer have speakers line up to speak on an item. Anyone wishing to address the council in person must complete a blue speaker card. Please indicate the name you'd like to be called by when it's your turn to speak and the number on which you wish to speak. Please complete one blue speaker card for each item on which you wish to speak, and turn it in to the city clerk as soon as possible, but no later than the call for public comment on the item you're speaking on. Instructions for addressing to the council virtually may be found on the posted agenda. I'd also like to announce that, as you may have noticed, I'm chairing this meeting in a mask. Because I have recovered from COVID and tested negative, but city regulations say that we continue to wear a mask for a number of days after having tested negative. So this is another exciting experiment in our hybrid and post-pandemic meeting situation where you get to see how well it works for me to project with a mask on. So. Should be another exciting evening. With that, we will stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We are now on item 3 of the agenda. The city clerk will take attendance by roll call.
Thank you, Mayor. All council members are present this evening.
Thank you. Now, before moving on to the consent calendar, I want to share that we're getting close to launching a new City of Mountain View website that's mobile-friendly and easier to navigate with an improved search engine. The public can now take a test drive of the new site located at beta.mountainview.gov. Beta testing officially launched last week, and it will be running for several weeks, so I hope you'll all try it out. As shown, I guess, on the screen, we have there it is. We have a QR code that you can scan with your phone's camera to access the city's beta website. So this has been a long time coming, and we value your feedback on the city's beta website. Be sure to take the online survey by clicking on the red banner that's located at the top of the city's web pages. We'll also have online testing at several city facilities and host focus groups. Details are on the website. While you're using it, keep in mind this is a beta website. That means it's a work in progress, and staff continues to work with the vendor in updating the site's content and fully integrating some of the upgraded features like search and translation tools. So thank you to all the staff from every city department who's been working on modernizing the city website over the last 14 months. Next, we will move to our consent calendar. Item 4, these items will be approved by one motion unless any member of the council wishes to remove an item for discussion. If you'd like to speak on this item or the next item in person, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. So, would any member of the council like to pull an item? Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I don't necessarily want to pull an item. I just want to register a no vote on item 4.3. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. And Councilmember Showalter.
I don't want to pull an item either, but I just wanted to commend the staff for moving forward on the recycled water plan. I think this is, even though we feel a little bit overwhelmed with all the water that we have had this year, we know that that's not what we can expect in the next 20 years with climate change. So moving forward on this recycled water program is really important. So I just wanted to thank the staff for bringing that forward.
Okay, thank you. We'll now take any virtual speakers on, actually, we will first take any in-person speakers on the consent calendar. Are there any? I see no in-person speakers on this item. So we'll now take virtual speakers. I also see no virtual speakers on this particular item, so I'll bring the item back for council action and note that a motion to approve the consent calendar should also include reading the title of the ordinances attached to item 4.2 and the resolution attached to item 4.3. I see a motion by the Vice Mayor.
Yes, I'd like to move the consent calendar. And for item 4.2, we adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View approving a zoning map amendment from the MM General Industrial Zoning District to a P Planned Community Zoning District for the properties located at 1020 Terabella Avenue, 1040 Terabella Avenue, and 1055 San Leandro Avenue, to be read in title only, further reading waived. And adopt an ordinance of the City of Mountain View approving a development agreement by and between the City of Mountain View and Public Storage for the Terabella Public Storage Project for public storage located at 1040 Terabella Avenue and 1055 San Leandro Avenue, to be read in title only, further reading waived. Then for item 4.3, we want to adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Mountain View appointing Davelin Souter and reappointing Eva Tang and Jeanette Wang to the Public Safety Advisory Board, and appointing Robert Cox, Edie Keating, Kieran Madison, Kevin Ma, and Alex Brown to the Rental Housing Committee, to be read in title only, further reading waived.
Thank you. Now we can vote. So that's 7 yeses, 0 noes, with the exception that Councilmember Matichak made earlier. We are now moving to item number 5, which is oral communications. This portion of the meeting is reserved for persons wishing to address the council on any matter not on our agenda tonight. Speakers are allowed to speak on any topic for up to 3 minutes during this section. State law prohibits the council from acting on non-agenda items. If you'd like to speak on this item in person or the next study session item, please submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk now. So I see that there are a number, let me see, a number of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 in-person speakers at 2 minutes apiece. So first, Alex Eulenberg.
Last council meeting, I brought to your attention that there was medical discrimination going on city premises, in particular at the Mountain View Center for the Performing Arts. We're allowing theater companies to bar people from entry unless they've been fully vaccinated. And there are theater camps and productions where the members of the theater are excluded. The Children's Theater, Peninsula Youth Theater, they're excluding children from participating in the productions, participating at the camps on city premises. And that's discrimination on the basis of medical condition, and I think it should stop. And by the way, does anyone know anyone who has taken the latest booster and has gotten COVID anyway? Raise your hand if you know someone who has gotten the latest booster and has gotten COVID anyway. No one? Okay. fully vaccinated and got the latest. And no, okay. So one of two things. Either our mayor is not vaccinated, and then that's not fair that the mayor can be not vaccinated, and yet we prohibit people from participating in city life without vaccination. Or I don't know what. In any case, to correct this problem, I have a resolution that you can sign to stop discrimination on the basis of having had or not had COVID vaccine, because COVID vaccine does not prevent people from spreading or transmitting the disease, transmitting or being infected with the disease, as everyone knows by now. There's no reason. It doesn't make people safer, and a lot of people in the community have not taken it. So you're discriminating against a huge portion of the community, preventing them from participating for no reason at all. And that is violation of the UNRU Act, the Americans with Disabilities Act. I will, if you have questions about this, please let me know. We have a policy.
Thank you very much, Alex. And I just want to clarify, during public comment, you'll see that consistently with each speaker, we don't engage in question and answers in order to allow everybody a fair amount of time to speak, because it would prolong the public speaking period more than we could handle in one meeting. So the next speaker is Terry Batari.
Hello? Okay.
Yes, it's on.
Thank you for having me speak here. I'm fully in support with Alex and Ari as parents wanting to take a stand against medical discrimination, which I think this is exactly what this is about. It's medical discrimination. It's also a lack of education as to what the vaccines really are and how dangerous they are. And also, I'll just quote something that he wrote, which I'm 100% behind. Unvaccinated people are being excluded and stigmatized, treated by organizations with vaccination requirements as if they have some kind of permanent impairment of their immune system that makes them unsafe to be around. This kind of treatment is not recommended by any health organization. This is not following the science. This is letting hateful bias run unchecked. Unvaccinated people do not pose a direct health or safety threat, and singling them out for exclusion or low-class treatment is a civil rights violation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next speaker is Zlatko.
Hello, my name is Latko, and I'm a resident of East San Jose, Santa Clara County. I'm speaking about the policy of Mountain View's Peninsula Youth Theater to require all children to be boosted with at least experimental product for COVID-19 not approved by the FDA for children. According to the county vaccination dashboard, only 20 to 25% of eligible children received the latest booster. On top of it, less than 65% of children younger than 11 years of age are eligible after receiving the primary series. The most unvaccinated demographics are Hispanics. Overall, the theater excludes over 80% of children, most of them from working-class minority families who can't afford medical care if their children are injured by the experimental medical product. Santa Clara County and California aren't even under a state of health emergency anymore. Normally, excluding so many children, especially minority children, would have caused an outrage. Does the Mountain View City Council care about this rampant discrimination? Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Lan Yen.
Hello. Hi. I'd like to bring to your attention an annual report that Pfizer submitted early last year to its investors regarding the mRNA vaccines and its ability to make money off of COVID. Page 6, quote, "Our future revenues on our COVID-19 vaccines are uncertain. We may not be able to demonstrate sufficient efficacy or safety on our COVID-19 vaccine. Significant adverse events may occur during our clinical trials or even after receiving regulatory approval," unquote. Pfizer is basically admitting in their own document that due to safety concerns and the inability to demonstrate efficacy on their vaccines, they're not likely to gain regulatory approval for their vaccines. So I'd like to ask you, Mountain View City Council, 2 questions. Were you aware of this 2022 annual Pfizer report? And if you weren't, why not? This report is actually available to the public and can be obtained from the Securities and Exchange Commission website. I sent a copy of the excerpt electronically to you already. The other question I wanted to ask is, after today, what do you plan to do with this information? Will you continue to promote an known unsafe product to the public by continuing to require up-to-date COVID vaccinations on all children participating in the Peninsula Youth Theater's camp and stage productions? Or will you take immediate action, cease its promotion, protect the children, and investigate into this Pfizer report? Do it in the name of public safety, and please do it for the children. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Betsy.
Hello. I am a longtime resident of the Bay Area, and I have been participating in many, many events with unvaccinated children and their families since the beginning of COVID. And all these families are in really good health, and they are appalled by the fact that healthy children are excluded from local programs like the Peninsula Youth Theater. Less than a quarter of the children in Santa Clara County have received the latest boosters, despite the fact that they're totally available. It means that families are not choosing to get the boosters, and their children are excluded from events like Peninsula Youth Theater. This medical discrimination needs to stop. Please, require organizations not to have vaccine mandates. If Peninsula Youth Theater doesn't want to stop their vaccine mandates with boosters, every booster, please tell them that they are not allowed to use the facilities because they are damaging the kids. And if you don't do this, if you hear any of these kids that get damaged by the vaccine, you'll know that you have a part in it. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Ariadna. If I can't pronounce your last name, I apologize. Solyova.
Yes, Solovyova. Hey. So I read some of the resolutions that the City Council passed in the past, and some of them emphasize inclusion of all members of the community, which is very admirable. And some, in fact, add more groups to the groups protected by the ADA and the UNRU Act. So in one statement, it was regardless of the source of income, which is a great idea. You know, it's not in the law that you should protect everyone's rights regardless of the source of income, but it's a great statement. It shows that you want to include all the different groups, not just the ones literally listed. But of course, medical condition is listed in both the ADA and UNRU Act, and businesses are not allowed to discriminate on that basis. And you are requiring staff and volunteers to be fully vaccinated, and you are providing tax-funded facilities for groups like the Peninsula Youth Theater that require children as young as 5 to receive the latest unapproved booster. The FDA did not approve it, so the families have a perfectly good reason, and less than a quarter of families have received this latest booster of children between ages of 5 and 17, and even less of younger children. And they're available everywhere. There's no availability problem. And most of a very large percentage is Latino and Black families, because they have good reasons to doubt that experimental medical preparations are, there's immunity for these companies. The Pfizer and Moderna, if you get injured, you can't sue them. This is appalling. So the ADA was passed on the heels of the AIDS scare, when the gay people were excluded. The gay people were required to be tested. And
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next, we have Patrick Kilelia.
Hi, thanks for letting me speak. So probably everyone knows, like, the risk from the virus, it was always known to be exponentially skewed toward the elderly, where it was dramatically higher for them. And for children, it is so low, it is statistically indistinguishable from zero. There have been a few cases in America of some children with leukemia or other serious issues dying. Not one child was found in Germany to have died from the virus. So what is the point of vaccinating them? You might say to prevent transmission. But now it should be clear to everyone, because, there was an epidemic after vaccination, that the vaccine does not, in the least, reduce transmission. In fact, it increases it. There's quite a bit of evidence that people who have gotten the vaccine have a higher viral load and spread it more. Then there's the actuarial statistics around the world showing that in every place the vaccine was introduced, excess death rates increased 20, 30, 40%. You can look this up. I could provide references if you want it. So requiring it for children is worse than useless. It's a reckless endangerment of their life, and probably a violation of various laws, as Alex pointed out. So I'm just encouraging you to consider Alex's proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Peter Hymans.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. I'm here to challenge you, but not in an adversarial kind of way. I believe that you're all here for the betterment of the community, betterment of mankind, children and grandchildren. And one of the things that bothers me the most about the pandemic is the fact that we have been given partial information, we have been denied information, and we have been given incorrect information. And you make important decisions in this room that affect many, many people. And I would just like to suggest that you consider to make yourselves available to places like the Children's Health Defense Organization on the internet, where there is alternative information available from very renowned doctors and people who have great experience and awards, etc., who have been deplatformed and not allowed to be heard by the general public. And as we well know from the case of Elizabeth Holmes and Theranos, money shouts. If you got people with a big name and lots of money, you can get a lot of things done, even if it's completely bogus. And research has shown, and time has passed, where we have found out things about the vaccinations, how they've been administered, who's been making money, what's been hidden from people, and so on. There are cases in court before people of distinction, such as yourselves, who have an opportunity to learn the truth, challenge yourselves, and make a difference in the world based on truth and love of our population, as opposed to following along in suicidal societal confirmation bias, which may very well be incorrect. Thank you so much for your time, and I trust that you will do the right thing because you're here for humanity.
Thank you. So I see no additional in-person commenters, and virtually, this is your chance to, oh, I do see one virtual commentator, Jesse Cupp.
Hi, this is Jesse Cupp. And making sure you can hear me all right.
We can hear you.
Okay, thank you. I just think a lot of this evidence that's been provided tonight is just evidence that a small group of anti-vax residents can get together and show up at the city council meeting and try to spread misinformation. So I know council knows what the facts are. You are well informed by our local health officials. I find it very interesting that when a COVID-19 vaccine is required, they consider that medical discrimination, but not any of the other many shots required for K through 12 students, including polio vaccine, DTaP, hepatitis B, MMR, varicella. There's just decades-long precedent of many vaccines being required to go to school, and vaccines required to attend college, such as meningitis. So I just wasn't originally going to comment on this, but I felt like I needed to provide a little bit of a counterbalance to what I just heard. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I also see that the city manager wants to comment.
Thank you, Mayor. I would just like to let City Council and the public know that this is not a city requirement. And our Center for Performing Arts, the manager will be working with all of the renters that provide our summer camps and programs and make sure they're following the most up-to-date information. Also, we'll let everyone know that as of today, the County of Santa Clara did rescind a lot of their previously required COVID-related requirements. So effective today and starting this week, masks will no longer be required in California's high-risk and healthcare facilities. So this includes jails, homeless shelters, and any long-term care homes. In addition, healthcare workers will no longer be required to get vaccinated for COVID. So again, this just came out today. So our city staff will be following up with our renters just to make sure that we're following the most current rules.
Thank you. Like I said, we don't usually comment on public comment, but I guess this is a special case. I see no additional virtual commenters, so we will now move into item number 6. 6.1 is the Floodplain Management Ordinance, and Senior Civil Engineer Renee Gunn will present the item.
Good evening, Council. My name is Renee Gunn. I'm a senior civil engineer. I'm here with Don Cameron, the Public Works Director. The item in front of you tonight is an introduction of a code section concerning floodplain management. The city has been responsible for managing development in the FEMA-designated special flood hazard area since our entry into the National Insurance Flood Program in 1980. The flood zone areas in the city are primarily in North Bayshore, but also along Permanente Creek and Stevens Creek. The city also participates in the Community Rating System, which is an additional program that requires cities to maintain higher standards than the National Insurance Flood Program. We maintain additional records, we provide community outreach about flood prevention and flood response. Mountain View is currently a Class 7 city, providing a 15% discount on insurance to our residents. Our current city code has remained primarily unchanged since it was originally adopted in 1980. Tonight, the drainage and flood control article of the city code is proposed to be removed and replaced such that the city code aligns with the building code that was adopted last fall. We continue to provide that 15% discount for flood insurance on property owners in the special flood hazard zone by maintaining our Class 7 rating, and we continue our compliance with the National Flood Insurance Program. And finally, the new code section includes requirements and procedures that helps further the flood resiliency of the city. One of the key aspects of the California Building Code that furthers this flood resiliency is the freeboard requirement. This requires that all buildings be built with a 1-foot freeboard, meaning that the first floor, the living area, is at least 1 foot above the base flood elevation, the elevation that we think the 100-year flood event will rise to. This provides an extra level of protection beyond our current code. The new code section also includes several administrative items, which are similar to the previous code. These include designating the Public Works Director as the floodplain administrator, granting the authority to that person to manage the program, reviewing any developments in the special flood hazard area, issue permits, and administer the technical details of projects involving the implementation and enforcement of the National Insurance Flood Program and the City Code. Tonight, we are asking Council to consider an ordinance repealing the existing drainage and flood control section of the code and replacing it with a new floodplain management section. That concludes staff presentations. We're available to answer any questions.
Sorry, my mic was off. Thank you very much. Would any member of the public joining us virtually or in person like to provide comment on this item? If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. Actually, it looks like the city manager wants to speak, or have you just not turned it off from last time? Okay, the city manager does not want to speak. Would any member of the public like to comment? If so, are there, I see no in-person speakers. Correct me if I'm wrong. And so since there are no in-person speakers, we'll take virtual speakers. I also see no virtual speakers. So do any members of the council have questions on this item? Vice Mayor?
Yes, I wanted to ask about what the premium for somebody who has flood insurance roughly is now. I used to work on this program with Renee when I worked for the Santa Clara Valley Water District, and so 5 years ago, about countywide, the average flood insurance premium was about $1,000 a year. And I have no idea how much it's gone up or hasn't now, which meant that, this would give everybody who had flood insurance $150 a year discount. So I just wanted to check in about that.
So for the city of Mountain View, our average premium is about $700 a year, which gives the residents and the homeowners that are buying that flood insurance about $120 a year discount.
Thank you for doing all the work that you do to make sure that they get that. I know that this program provides a lot of components that do make our community more flood resilience and generally reduce flood risk. And it helps us all. So that's good. Thank you. Yeah. Does anybody else have any questions? If not, I'll move the staff recommendation. Is there something I have to read?
Okay. So we have a motion and a second. I assume there are no additional comments or questions. So, yeah, I think you do have to read
Okay,
the
yeah, here it
information
goes. All right, move the staff recommendation to introduce an ordinance of the City of Mountain View, amending the Mountain View City Code of Ordinances to repeal in its entirety Article 8, Drainage and Flood Control of Chapter 8, and add a new Article 8, Floodplain Management of Chapter 8 to further the flood resiliency of the city and align the City Code of Ordinances with the California Building Code, and finding the ordinances is not a project under the California Environmental Quality Act, to be read in title only, further reading waived, and set a second reading for April 25th, 2023.
Okay, so we can vote now. So passes unanimously. Next, we move to item 7.1, which is fiscal year 23-24 through fiscal year 27-28 capital improvement program. This is a study session, and the purpose of the session is to provide the City Council with an overview of the capital improvement program and obtain City Council input to guide staff in the preparation of the recommended fiscal year 23-24 through 27-28 capital improvement program. This is the first of two planned study sessions prior to the scheduled adoption of the capital improvement program in June. Assistant Public Works Director Ed Arango will present the item. Ed?
Thank you. Just give me 1 minute. Okay. Thank you, Mayor and Council members. As mentioned, I'm Ed Arango, Assistant Public Works Director, and I'm also joined tonight by Public Works Director Cameron. The goal tonight here is to provide Council an overview of the Capital Improvement Program, regularly termed the CIP, and to obtain Council's input to guide staff in the preparation of the recommended 23-24 through 27-28 CIP, or 5-year CIP. For background, the CIP is a critical planning tool used to coordinate the many capital improvements that maintain and manage the city's infrastructure, being essential to providing services to the community. The 5-year CIP is adopted biannually, where every other year is a relook at the entire CIP, and the off years are primarily focused on the second year scheduled projects identified in the previous year's 5-year CIP, or what we term roll forward projects. This year is a relook at the entire 5-year CIP. The projects are sectioned into two categories: non-discretionary, primarily annual and ongoing infrastructure and maintenance and repair projects to preserve the city's infrastructure investments, and discretionary, those projects that do not meet the discretionary criteria. Looking at the 10-year historic trend of the average number of new CIP projects added each year, you'll see that between 2013 and 2020, the average was 58, but reduced to 44.5 in 2021 when Council supported staff's approach to limit the number of new projects to help manage the workload. There are currently 351 active CIP projects comprised with roughly a 40-60 split between non-discretionary and discretionary projects. Attachments 1 through 4 in your packets provide a status update of the major CIPs and 3 other focus updates of the projects types shown here. As a very brief overview, the city's CIP is funded from various sources, broken into the 5 funding categories outlined here, each with specific parameters on how they may be used. The most flexible funds that generally can be used for any type of capital project are the unrestricted funds, making those extremely valuable. The 2 challenges the city is experiencing when identifying the number and types of projects to include in the CIP are staffing vacancies and the recent high inflation impacts. While we expect additional staffing resources in the near term, given the high number of projects, it will take some time to catch up with our active projects. Consistent with much of the region and nation, the city is experiencing an increase in inflation and cost rise in both labor and materials. Over the past 2 years, the San Francisco region's construction cost index has increased between 5 and 15%. Staff's past practice has been to apply 2% inflation adjustment for roll-forward projects, but this is insufficient to keep up with the rising costs. To address this, staff is recommending a 10% increase to new projects with construction plan next year. Already funded projects needing additional funding will be presented to council on a case-by-case basis. As a summary of the projected status of funding sources, we are seeing unrestricted funds being mixed with expected less construction and conveyance tax, but the CIP reserve getting a $4 million increase as part of the mid-year budget, though is forecasted to receive less funds than previous years. The wastewater funds have remained stable, but the water fund balance is declining due to the reduced consumption and project cost increases. A utility rate study is being initiated with completion expected by the end of 2023. While the transportation funds are generally expected to remain stable, the gas tax has declined due to the pandemic work from home shift, and staff is assuming a reduction until we see a rebound. The Shoreline fund has remained stable, and lastly, development activity has reduced significantly. And this may affect the community and public benefits funds used for the CIP. Looking at the CIP project list, the non-discretionary projects continue to play an essential role, and staff may include refinements to present to council at the second study session in May. For discretionary projects, the candidate projects include projects that were planned for years 3 to 5 in the previous 5-year CIP, rolling forward to years 1 to 3 of the new CIP. New project proposals and requests for amendments to active CIP projects. Considering the cost rise, staff capacities, and potential for new priority projects, there may be some combination of deferring roll forward projects to years 4 and 5, or moving the projects to the unscheduled list. We have several questions for council's discussion following my presentation, and the first one is, are there any roll forward projects in the first 3 years of the plan, attachment 6 in your packets, that council would like staff to evaluate for eliminating, deferring, or moving up? As staff is reviewing the projects to include in the CIP, highlighted here are emerging new projects and current projects requiring council's consideration of significant additional funding. The second council question is, are there any projects on the unscheduled project list, attachment 7 in your packet, or any new projects not currently listed that council would like staff to evaluate for adding to the planned CIP? And council question number 3, are there any projects on the emerging new and amended project needs list that council would like staff to evaluate adding to the planned CIP? As I previously mentioned, the unrestricted funds are extremely valuable. Due to the continued essential nature of the non-discretionary projects and consistent with past strategy, staff is recommending the non-discretionary projects without or lacking dedicated funding sources have first priority of unrestricted funds. For discretionary projects, staff estimates that there will be a shortfall to fund all the projects and amendments that need unrestricted funds. To help prioritize which projects will receive unrestricted funding, staff is recommending using the 7 criteria highlighted here. For council question 4, does council support staff's recommended approach and criteria to determine which projects to prioritize for the CIP reserve and construction and conveyance tax funds? After receiving council's direction tonight, staff will present the recommended CIP to the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee and the Parks and Recreation Commission later this month, and will return to council in May for a second study session, followed by adoption in June of the recommended 5-year CIP. That concludes my presentation with the 4 council questions shown here for council discussion. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So, because this is a study session, we start off the session by asking members of the public to make comments. So, first, I'd like to ask whether any members of the public, virtually or in person, would like to make comments. If so, please click the raise hand button in Zoom, or I hope you have submitted a blue speaker card to the city clerk. We'll take in-person speakers first. Each speaker will have 3 minutes, and I see Brian Cargill first.
Okay, Mayor and City Council, I'm Brian Carga. I live on California Street at Chiquita. I was a bicycle commuter for 30 years on 3 different continents. And on Wednesday, we saw the plan for the California Street Pilot Improvement Project for the first time. Thank you, Ed. All of my neighbors are totally stoked about this. Our home is one of the historic homes where the front yard was removed to make California Street wider. And I'm sure that City Council at that time was doing what was best for Mountain View in their view. But it wasn't great for us. This is fantastic. We're thrilled. And in looking at the plan, it can be a lot more green. A lot more green. We can have temporary planters. We can have more barriers to make bicycle commuting more safe. And while we're thrilled with the work, I think it possibly wasn't communicated how important being green is to the very hardworking, diligent engineers who came up with the pilot plan. And we can't expect to get super green after the pilot if we don't come out hard charging green in the pilot. There are a lot of temporary planters around Mountain View that are not used right now. If you drive down Shoreline, you see lovely concrete planters. Many of them don't have anything living in them. And we can do temporary planters without irrigation. Purple Pipes, I think it's called, in Palo Alto, uses reclaimed water in their truck and sprays it on plants. And I offered to adopt all the planters in front of my house. It's a very small house. I know my neighbors would be right on board too. Everybody, whoop. So I just encourage us to really take this opportunity to lead and to be as good as Singapore and Grenoble, France, and Portland, and the list goes on and on. April will share a presentation with other examples. Thank you for this. Thank you for this from all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have April Webster, and it says on behalf of herself and other speakers who I assume she will be speaking for. And April, do you have the names of those other speakers?
There are 3 in the audience. You can put your hands up right now.
Those people raised.
Oh, 4 actually in the
4
audience.
in the audience.
And then I think there are maybe 3 or 4 online as well.
So
I think they've raised their hands. I think Alex and Megan and Robert Cox.
Okay, I see Alex, Megan, and
Maybe
Robert Cox.
Anthony Montez, and yeah, there are a few who are online as well.
Speaking a good 45 minutes now.
There are a lot of people in support of this.
Okay.
And I have some slides as well. I'm just waiting for those too.
And did you arrange with the city clerk how long you would be speaking?
It will be about 7 minutes.
Okay. That sounds good.
All right. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is April Webster. Tonight, I would like to speak to you about the importance of implementing green, complete streets for our community. Next slide, please. To give you a vision of what we could realize if we reintroduce nature into our streets. On the left, a hot and hostile landscape. In contrast, on the right, we have a greener, safer, more inclusive, and climate-resilient landscape that people want to use. This is key to unlocking a real modality shift. This would be transformative for our community. Next slide, please. Green streets come in the form of green planters, green median gardens, trees, which all are safer than paint and delineators, like flex posts and rubberized stoppers. And they also have the added benefit of cooling the temperature of our cities and streets. Next slide, please. The latest guidance just this last month from the National Association of City Transportation Officials is that the only way to protect our lanes is to separate them from car traffic using medians, which you see on the right, or using barriers, which you see on the left. Delineators are no longer recommended and should not be used on streets where traffic moves at greater than 30 miles per hour. Next slide, please. Giving street space over to plants and trees helps slow vehicles through visual cueing, and it provides more substantial barriers for bike lanes. It should be one of the primary tools we use when we want to think about protecting people who ride bikes. Next slide, please. More people feel comfortable walking and biking on green streets. Just gonna let that sink in. Green streets provide shade, and they are more visually appealing and beautiful. Nature has a strong positive effect on mental health, and inclusive streets provide equal access to opportunities and resources for people who might otherwise be excluded. Next slide, please. Okay, obviously, when you look at this, there's a large segment of the population who would be biking if our streets were designed in a safer and more inclusive way. Next slide. Today, our painted bikes lanes cater mostly to the strong and fearless. However, to see a real increase in the number of people biking, we need to design and build our streets for the interested, concerned. Those who want to travel by bicycle, but don't because they're not comfortable riding in traffic. Next slide, please. So green, cement, or plastic, barrier-protected lanes are almost unanimously the protection needed to see more people get on bicycles and to make our bike lanes more effective and a better bang for our buck. Next slide, please. All right, in this study, you'll see that median and barrier-protected lanes, so those bars to the right, 50% and up, are most comfortable for the interested and concerned. These are the bars in orange. Green planter-separated lanes saw the greatest increase in comfort score over the standard striped lane. Next slide, please. Reintroducing and fortifying nature in our built environment will lead to more climate-resilient streets and urban centers as well. Next slide. Replacing concrete with ground cover ensures more rainwater is captured at its source instead of being diverted to sewers. It also helps remove up to 90% of pollutants. We have a real opportunity here to make our streets safer, more inclusive, and combat environmental issues like flooding, and preserving and storing more water, more of our water resources. Next slide, please. So we don't end up with situations like this on El Camino Real, which was just a few months ago. Roads that are not usable by anyone in the population. Drivers, people on bikes, or people walking. Next slide, please. Or people like this. If you can look closely, the woman on the right is a mother, and she's pushing her stroller. She's on the shaded side of the street. The street, when you flip over to the left, has a protected sidewalk, yet she's not walking along the sidewalk. She's choosing to be in the shade where it's cooler. And this is just close off of Central Expressway. Next slide, please. Economic performance is tied to the comfort and attractiveness of streets. Environments with green expressions, from planters to street trees to stormwater infrastructure, perform better than streets without green infrastructure. Next slide, please. We already have several examples of green streets in Mountain View, perhaps the most well-known being Castro, the living room of our city. Businesses and residents have embraced it. Inclusivity and green initiatives go hand in hand. Next slide, please. Green streets.
And I have to warn you, you have to wrap up now.
Okay. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, the takeaway. While we should have started yesterday, we know better and we can start building projects that are green now and as we move forward. We can also strategically position ourselves to qualify for grant money, announced just this year by Governor Newsom for green infrastructure to better manage stormwater in our streets to prevent both flooding and drought. That concludes my presentation. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. So the next speaker will be Cliff Chambers.
Hi, I'm Cliff Chambers, resident of Mountain View, and I sent a letter that details my 3 requests, including green streets on California Street. Excellent job, April. I just hope that the council can include the adequate funding for green complete streets on California Street in the CIP. I'd like to turn to the topic of pickleball. A year ago, I was here advocating for a feasibility study for permanent pickleball courts. And the council, in its wisdom, approved a feasibility study that's now underway, and hopefully up to 12 courts and a new location and the design, et cetera, will come back to you sometime in late fall or early 2024. To my dismay, the permanent pickleball courts are currently not in the CIP budget, even though municipalities across the United States are developing pickleball courts. The average cost for doing so is readily available. And it would really provide assurance to both the pickleball players and the tennis players that we're going to have dedicated courts for both tennis and pickleball. And we've had these really nice shared courts out at Rinksdorf, and I think we've gotten along really well with the tennis players in the shared courts, but that's not the long-term solution. And it really does need to be in the CIP so that we all know that the council has the intent to fund these permanent pickleball courts. In the final minute, I'd just like to kind of turn to the third request, which is to really seriously consider Rinksdorf Avenue complete streets as the design and development of the Rinksdorf grade crossing goes underway. It would be a perfect opportunity to implement a Rinksdorf complete street when that grade crossing opens. So if you incorporate it into the design and the thinking now, we'll be ready when that a project is approved. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And next is Chris Perry.
Hi, I'm Chris Perry, Mountain View resident. I just wanted to speak in support of 2 projects that are on the active CIP list. I'm a bicycle commuter, so I'm always enthusiastic about new bike infrastructure projects, and the California Pilot Street project is such a great idea. Right now in Mountain View, we have some pretty good north-south routes that are accessible to riders of all ages and all abilities, but we really struggle with east-west. So California, as a pilot project, is a great initial step forward in trying to build out a better east-west infrastructure through the city for riders of all ages and abilities. My only hope is that as the project gets implemented, the dividers will be more substantial than mere flex posts. Certainly, planters would be great, or some kind of divider that actually provides physical protection for younger riders going through the street. And then the other project that I wanted to speak in support of was the 2-lane cycle track on Miramonte from Hans to Castro. I've had one kid go to Graham. I have another kid in Graham right now. That's always concerned me as a parent, that stretch of Miramonte. It's particularly unsafe and for cyclists trying to commute to Graham. So extending the protected, what we have is a somewhat protected lane, and making that a 2-lane cycle track with a real divider will be a great improvement for anyone cycling to Graham. Thank you.
Thank you. So this is the last call for in-person speakers. I see no more in-person speakers. So we now turn to virtual speakers. The first speaker is Steve Everett.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Steve Everett, resident of Mountain View. As Cliff noted, I want to also thank the city for the 6 shared tennis pickleball courts at Rengstorff Park. Every time that I've played there, I've seen tons of pickleball players of all ages on the courts, including families and young people. It's great to see that so many people have picked up a paddle to enjoy the exercise and fun. I play both tennis and pickleball. It's been fun and challenging to learn a related sport, and I've made many friends in the thriving pickleball community. I've spoken to numerous tennis players who have started playing pickleball as they've gotten a little slower and maybe picked up a few nagging physical ailments. Pickleball is a natural path for people to continue playing a racket sport when they couldn't otherwise. However, there has been some conflict between pickleball and tennis players over court space. Let's minimize that conflict by building more permanent pickleball courts. My request is to include the design and construction money for 12 permanent pickleball courts in the capital improvement program, so that when the Phase A conceptual design is completed, there's funding immediately available to start Phase B, which is the final design and construction of the permanent courts. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Steve. Next, we have Jesse Cupp.
Hello. This is Jesse Cupp again. I'd like to voice my strong support for the California Street Protected Bike Lane pilot project, and I hope you can make it as safe as possible for cyclists. I really liked April Webster's presentation, and I'll just second everything that you saw there and heard, and give my obligatory public art plug, saying that if we were to use temporary movable planters that don't require an irrigation system to be installed, that would be a great opportunity to have some art painted on the sides of those. So in addition to that input, I also want to talk about the Castro Street Mall, which I think would work best and safest as a bike and pedestrian mall. Similar to the last commenter who noted that there is conflict between pickleball players and tennis players, I'm sure you've all noticed that there is some conflict downtown right now between cyclists and pedestrians. And prior to the pandemic, cyclists were able to ride down those last 3 blocks of Castro Street. And I think it's a big step backwards to ban bikes. And that conflict will not go away just by saying no bikes allowed here. I think there's going to be a lot of people who are perhaps not residents of Mountain View coming to and from the transit center. And if you look at all the bike lanes and bike paths and bike-friendly public transit that is right around Castro Street, it's like a big spider web on the map with Castro Street right in the center. So not everyone's destination is going to be Castro. So just adding more bike parking is not the solution. And I think some people will obey a ban, but a lot of people won't get off their bike, walk it for 3 blocks, and then continue riding if it's en route to the destination. So I hope that you try to make this a center bike path down the middle of those last 3 blocks of Castro Street, which would still leave more than enough room for pedestrians with 12-foot wide walkways on either side of the street. It wouldn't compromise the space for restaurants or social eddies at all. And that was included in the original staff recommendation, allowing bikes to continue down the center of Castro Street. So I believe this could be done safely. It'll be a lot more safe than just trying to say no bikes and then having that conflict on the sidewalks, exactly where you don't want it, because there are restaurant servers coming out trying to serve people. If you give a designated space to cyclists, it'll be safer for everyone. And you can calm traffic there with sculptures, trees, other things to make sure it's a slow speed bike path. So thank you very much. Bye.
Thank you. Next, we have Sharon.
Hello, I'm Sharon Lamb, a Mountain View resident. I was at Rainstove Park last Sunday for several hours. All night pickleball courts were full when I was there, and at the peak, there were people waiting. I talked to a father who was playing with his 8-year-old son. He said his son likes playing and plays often. I played with a young man, probably around 30. He said he lives nearby and started playing a couple months ago after the shared courts were available. I talked to a woman who was there to watch her dad play. Her dad doesn't speak much English. She said the pickleball community was very welcoming to her dad. It warms my heart and made my day to see our fellow Mountain View residents from age 8 to 80 having fun, being physically active and socially engaged. Thank you to the City Council, Parks and Recreation Commission, and all the city staff for putting in the pickleball courts that are very well used. Please allocate funds in the capital improvement program to build dedicated pickleball courts. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Shawnee Kleinhaus.
Good evening, Mayor Hicks and council members. My name is Shawnee Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I would like to express support for the comments by April Websters and others on the importance of complete streets with trees and vegetation along the streets. Done properly, this can also support nature and biodiversity in the city's landscape as envisioned in the city's priorities. And I encourage you to plant trees in soil, not in concrete boxes. I've seen many planters in our communities that dried out over time. In addition, I would very much like to reiterate the importance of the Sailing Lake Island to the unique and special status species of Shoreline Park in the region. Visitors, young and old, appreciate these beautiful, interesting birds. And yet the island, the primary nesting site in the region, is eroding away. I have not seen the protection of the island from erosion on the CIP list and hope it is prioritized. Thank you.
Thank you. And next we have Jerry Steach.
Evening. Am I unmuted?
You are unmuted.
Good. Oh, great. Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Hicks and Council. And Mayor Hicks, I'm glad to see you're recovering from COVID. Ladies and gentlemen, I attended the BPAC meeting last week that went in great detail on the California Street pilot program for bike lane. I was very, very impressed. And I would like to commend the city for the work that it's done so far in this, and I encourage it to go through. As a regular bicyclist who has taken a number of routes going east-west, including El Camino, which I don't recommend for anyone, this pilot program seems to be a wonderful solution to get cyclists in that direction. So thank you very much for doing that, and please continue the good work.
Thank you. So this is a last call for speakers. I see no additional in-person speakers or virtual speakers. So we will close the public speaking portion of this study session. And we will move on to the council portion. So staff has several questions related to the capital improvement program for council's consideration. Question 2 involves discussion of projects on the unscheduled project list, which is attachment 7, that the council would like staff to evaluate for adding to the planned CIP. Discussion related to the following projects would require council members to recuse themselves due to conflicts of interest. So if any council member wishes to discuss either of these projects, these two projects will be discussed first. The two projects are the light rail trail lighting project from Pacific Drive to the MOC, and which is item number 6 on attachment 7. And the second one is Shenandoah Open Space, which is item number 9 on attachment 7. Does any council member wish to discuss whether the light rail trail lighting project, item number 6 on attachment 7, should be evaluated by staff for inclusion on the planned CIP? Okay, so seeing none, we will move on to the next one, which is, does any council member wish to discuss whether the Shenandoah Open Space Project, item number 9 on attachment 7, should be evaluated by staff for inclusion on the planned CIP? Seeing no one, we will move on from that too. So let me move down my script. So we will now move on and discuss the remaining CIP items. Do any members of council have comments or questions? Councilmember Matichak.
Yeah, I have a couple questions. And then are you going to take the questions in order, 1, 2, 3, 4, or do you want us to answer all of them at once?
I was going to take them one at a time.
Okay. So a couple questions. You know, I apologize. I wasn't looking for every single project as I was going through all of the lists. And so I appreciate Shawnee Kleinhaus bringing up the island and Shoreline Lake. Is that on one of the lists, or is that funded, or I've sort of lost track of that one?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Matichak. I'm going to ask Assistant Public Works Director Lisa Al to respond to this question.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council Member. I'm Assistant Public Works Director Lisa Al. And the Burr Island project is a currently funded CIP project this year. So we have issued a request for proposal for additional work to be studied for the Sailing Lake. And one of the components is for the Burr Island. We're going to be studying the erosion protection for the island, as well as look at assessment of what the island looked like originally to be included in the study. So we're now soliciting for proposals from consultant to be studying the Burr Island as one of the components of the project.
Great, thank you.
Welcome.
That's good news. And then, let's see. I had proposed an item to be added to the council work plan. And I don't think we can discuss it here because some people might need to recuse themselves. But what I want to know is if we have public input and it's a major project, how does that get on the CIP? And if the council, my colleagues, agree to it?
So thank
Does anybody have to recuse themselves with that kind of a question? Okay.
All right. So if there is an opportunity, if at some point there is a community engagement process or discussion about, let's say, rehabilitating or renovating an existing park, and it turns out that there is a desire to completely redesign and reconstruct the park, that council can choose to add that to the CIP of one of two ways. One is through a mid-year CIP project. The other is waiting into the next round of CIP. As you know, and as Assistant Public Works Director Rangel mentioned, each year we come back to you. We primarily in the off years deal with roll forward projects, but at times new projects are added if they're considered timely, or as part of the next 5-year CIP in 2 years. when we're dealing with parks projects, there are two main issues that we focus on. Number one is having the staffing resources to deliver them. And in your packet, we shared not only the current active parks projects, which you saw is quite extensive in terms of new parks and renovations to parks, but also what we're already seeing on the horizon as new parks that we need to be prepared to bring online over the next 8 to 10 years. So adding a new park project, we need to evaluate the staffing resources and if another park gets deferred. And also, is there parkland fund available in that parkland area? And so those are the questions we look at. However, as I mentioned, there are opportunities in the future to add parks projects or any CIP project as part of our annual process.
Great, thank you. And then I noticed there are some CIPs that would be in conjunction with the Mountain View Wisman School District. And I assume these properties are part of the joint use agreement, but maybe they're not. But I guess I'm wondering if that joint use agreement goes away, what happens to these projects?
Thank you for the question, Councilmember Matichak. I will start to answer this question. I believe our Community Services Director, John Matichak, is also online. Marchant, thank you very much, John Marchant. It's also online should additional information be added. I believe what you are mentioning is the sports center at Crittenden Middle School and the sports pavilion at Graham Middle School.
As well as a couple others, the Crittenden Lighting.
The Crittenden Lighting Project, yes. For the gyms themselves, they're a little unique in terms of the facilities we share with the school district in that the city shares half ownership, actual ownership of the gym buildings themselves. So they have their own agreements in place, and in terms of the Crittenden Lighting, I think in this case I would need to ask if Community Service Director Marchant could chime in a little bit on this.
It's also the turf replacement at the Crittenden Field.
Good evening, Council. John Marchant, Community Services Director. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. And so a quick response to the question is yes, some of these improvements are scheduled to be on fields that are part of the joint use agreement with the Mountain View Wisman School District. There's a couple of things that can happen. Number one is as we continue our discussions among the agencies, we continue to look at these capital improvement projects. And even in some cases move forward with them. The city pays for them and is able to complete that project. Should the JUA come to an end, then both agencies will have to look at what the city has paid for over time and then look for reimbursement from the school district from not only these improvements, but other improvements as well. And that is outlined in the existing joint use agreement. So those are some ways that we would be looking at those should joint use not continue.
Thank you, I appreciate it. Those are all the questions I have right now.
Okay, council members, are there other questions? Vice Mayor?
Yes, I have to confess, I've gotten a little confused about what's on various attachments. So I'm not seeing this one on this attachment, but I'd like to know where it is. And that is, I know there's a project related to the replacement of some water or sewer pipes along Miramonte, and then the resurfacing of the road, and also bicycle improvements. Where is that sort of suite of projects? And which question would that be under?
Thank you for the question. So you are speaking about the Miramonte Avenue. There's actually two projects happening on Miramonte. So the first project is the water and sewer main replacement project. And then the second project is the Miramonte street resurfacing project. So the Miramani utility main replacement project is currently under construction. We recently awarded that to a contractor. They're doing some initial construction investigation out there to confirm depth of utilities before they start work, but that has started. We anticipate that to go through the end of this calendar year, where then we'll have another contractor come in. We'll be finalizing the design and awarding a contract for the Miramani surface improvement project, which in that case we are includes the two-way cycle track on the east side of Miramani between Hans and Castro. That is we recently included with the project. And as a reminder, the Miramani resurfacing project really is a street repair project, rehabilitation for the pavement. And the focus there was the repair, but we saw an opportunity to include a couple of components, and one of them was the two-way cycle track between Hans and Castro.
Well, I drive that road quite frequently, and I'm really amazed at how many potholes there are. It's not as bad as El Camino, but nothing is. So I would hope that we can have some sort of a pothole patrol to, particularly the section between Cuesta and Castro Street. It's just really bad. When you're driving down there, it's like almost half of your attention is focused on avoiding the potholes, and it shouldn't be. Your attention should be on, what else is going on in that street. But it's so bad, you really have to pay attention to the potholes themselves. So I think when it gets to that point, we need to have a little intervention. So that's possible in our current system, right?
So it is, and I wanted to add that. So where these projects live in the CIP program, these are existing projects, so they're active. They're not planned projects or amendments to an existing project. So these are ongoing, and they're not one of the questions here.
So they're really not on here tonight.
Right. Yeah. Those are ongoing projects that we're working on currently.
Okay. Good to know.
But if I may, since Assistant Public Works Director Rango gave you an update on these projects, note also that knowing that we will not be able to resurface the street before next spring because we have to finish these utility projects first and then get it out to bid. And if we have another really rainy season, that delays our ability to resurface. So we are working with our streets section, and they are going to do what they can to make some temporary repairs out there as the utility work wraps up to make sure the road can hopefully do better through the next rainy season until we can and fix some of these potholes that you're talking about until we can get out there and resurface the road.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it.
Okay, so seeing no other council members, Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a few quick questions. The first is regarding page 12 of the staff report. So I think those are the emerging new and amended project needs. And I just want to make sure I'm understanding what additional action or direction would be necessary from the council. Do we have to explicitly include these projects into I guess what is attachment 6? So we have to affirmatively state, even though a lot of these seem to already be occurring to some extent, you need direction from us tonight to affirmatively include each of these projects.
So I want to first thank you for the question because it does allow us to clarify our intentions. Reading the questions earlier today as we were refining them, I realized that could create a source of confusion. The intent with the emerging new and amended project needs list is because these are ones staff has identified, we do plan to find a way to incorporate them into the 5-year CIP. So I think when you're ready to answer that question, which is now question 3, the focus should be, are there any of these that you want us to think of deferring or changing in some way? Otherwise, by virtue of identifying them and saying they're in need, we're planning to find ways to move forward with them. The one exception is that this complete parks list, we will put in place the ones where the land is going to be available. We'll time those based upon land availability as well as staffing and funding availability.
Okay, thank you. That's very helpful. And then also, just for the sake of clarity, the California Street Complete Street project that was, I didn't go to the BPAC meeting, so I don't have the benefit of knowing what the project design and parameters, but was what we heard from the public comment essentially what staff is proposing, or do we need to provide additional direction to include the Green Street elements that the community is advocating for?
Thank you for the question. The permanent improvements for California Street will include Green Street infrastructure. Staff did hear, as you heard tonight, from members of the community at the BPAC regarding incorporating Green Street infrastructure as part of the pilot project. So staff, again, it was just last week. We're still taking in that the comments and evaluating, and we're going to be going back and evaluating to see how that can be incorporated into the project. We'll be taking a few factors into effect. It's a long corridor, so we want to be mindful of the pilot aspect of this, as well as including that staff evaluating the safety component for all modes of travel is properly looked at, and then council will be seeing, actually, I'm sorry, the Council Transportation Committee and the council will also be seeing the California Pilot Project again for evaluation.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. And then essentially the same question for Rangsdorf. Do we need to provide some direction about a complete street element or a Green Street element in the context of the grade separation project, or is that already likely to be included in the design?
So for the Rangsdorf grade separation project, what can be done for trees and other greenery is already being incorporated into design, taking into account what we have available for right-of-way. In terms of the more of a Rangsdorf complete streets project, that would be from El Camino up through 101, that is currently on the unscheduled list, and council could choose to ask staff to evaluate it to give it priority to add the 5-year CIP. We'll also note that we have just really gotten started launching the active transportation plan, and one of the key factors of the active transportation plan over this next year is to continue to evaluate the opportunities for green complete streets as well as prioritization. So again, council can request that we evaluate Rangsdorf to go ahead and look at where it could be added in the 5-year CIP now, or you could choose to wait until the active transportation plan is done and base it upon those priorities. I will say, though, as mentioned, I think, by the public, Rangsdorf has come out as a high priority in the previous planning efforts of access, MV, and so on, so it's likely to come out as a high priority. Having said that, though, it would likely be a year 3, 4, or 5 project because, again, we have a lot of projects already we're working on, and unless we want to defer one of those, we won't have the staffing resources to start work on Rangsdorf for another 2 or 3 years.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful. 2 more questions. I was happy to see that we're on track for implementing the trusted system. I think it's Q1 2024. It's not listed on the CIP active projects list, so is there a different list for internal IT projects beyond I think there are only 4 or 5 that are listed here? Where does that kind of project live?
So there's a couple ways this is handled. One is in the non-discretionary list of projects, we have IT projects that are more programmatic. And at your next study session, what is traditionally done is the IT department produces a memo that we bring to you where they list the projects that they are proposing be funded through their non-discretionary CIP allocations.
Okay, got it. I didn't realize that was considered non-discretionary. That's helpful, thank you. And then the last question I have is about the NACTO design guidelines and similar types of standards. I'm not sure, bless you, I'm not sure I understood the staff response. Some cities, like the city of San Jose, have formally endorsed or adopted the NACTO standards. We haven't done that. And I'm not sure, is that something that we're going to do in the context of the ATP? Is that something that the council would need to affirmatively direct that we do? Because as April's presentation, I think, demonstrates, there are a lot of things that we could do, right? Just as in the context of design work that sometimes we're doing it, other times we're not, because we don't formally have those standards and guidelines as our own. What would be the appropriate way to ensure that those types of standards are used in the design of all of our active transportation projects?
Thank you for the question. So currently, as was mentioned in the response, staff has incorporated the Caltrans standards, and as a general practice, when looking at multimodal improvements, there's multiple guidelines that we utilize. NACTO, as you mentioned, ITE, as well as the Federal Highway Administration guidelines. So these really do provide us flexibility in identifying the proper treatments for the multimodal improvements as those projects come online and we start evaluating those. As part of a formal process to adopt, we think that if council directs us, we'd want some flexibility rather than adopting just one standard, just having some flexibility in endorsing multiple, and that it would give us some flexibility on how we apply these standards and not be focused just on one, because there are multiple guidelines that provide us flexibility in evaluating how we apply the multimodal improvements.
So if I could tag on to this, what the Assistant Public Works Director is referring to is there's not one size fits all. As we deal with our existing street network and retrofitting our streets, we have some very narrow streets with very limited right-of-way. We have other streets with more right-of-way potential. We have some streets where we can do road diets and eliminate lanes to create the space that we need. But all of these have to be taken on individually. There could always be, from staff's perspective, council direction or policy to give priority to NACTO, but leave us the flexibility that if there's unique conditions out there, that we can apply some of these other standards to, ensure public safety or the constraints we're dealing with. Having said that, we really are looking to the active transportation plan to help firm up the policy guidance as well as the standards and guidelines that we will use. And what we do envision is when you are seeing the recommended active transportation plan, as part of that, there'll be recommendations in there. And I have no doubt it's going to include a recommendation to give priority to NACTO. That is becoming the state of best practices, and we acknowledge that, which is one of the reasons we look at it even today as we move forward. It's just, again, we need some flexibility because we may not be able to completely retrofit a street based on various constraints.
That's very helpful, thank you.
So I was going to ask a question very similar, but maybe you are as well. Yeah, I was going to ask very similar questions to the ones that Councilmember Ramirez brought up, but maybe I'll add a few. I feel like this is a rapidly evolving field that since the pandemic, I hear more and more about the importance of active transportation and being outdoors and road diets and so forth. So I would like your advice on how best. I feel like it's probably the kind of thing that we need to bring up early and often. Maybe the active transportation plan is the best place to put it, but this is a good place too. So I'd like your advice for whatever we can do. I'm actually fairly happy with your recommendations for what projects to do, and this is, so I'm going to dig into this one because this is one of 2 or 3 things that are most of concern to me, the question of green streets. What can we most do this evening to make sure that that's explored for both the priority, some of the seem to be priorities for the public, which are California Street and Rengsdorf, but also the plethora of other bike paths. What's your advice to make sure that we really put that on your plate?
At this time, we've really heard clearly direction that you want us to be considering not only active transportation improvements as well as, where it's possible to implement green streets. We definitely always look at green stormwater infrastructure as part of our projects as well. So we are working to integrate them in for projects as the opportunities come up. And so a couple things, for instance, the California Streets pilot project, as you heard, we went to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee last week to present initial design concepts, again, as a pilot project. We did hear a lot of input related to, is it possible to integrate more green in? And we're going to be looking at that closely. I do want to note, though, part of our evaluation is if it's going to be planters, how are we going to water them? How are we going to maintain them? While I appreciate the offer for adopt planters, we all know that if they fail to maintain them, then we'll need the resources to maintain them. So part of our evaluation as we look at the pilot project is what kind of city staff resources would we have to recommend in order to maintain versus the permanent project where we can actually plant things in the ground with irrigation and which will help ensure the green lives and is easier to maintain. So we are going to look at this, and it's going to come to the Council Transportation Committee before it comes to the council. Just so you know, Mayor Amonte, even though Assistant Public Works Director talked about how we took that to the Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee and what we included, what he did not mention is it's us trying to be as responsive as possible at looking at situations. We also looked at it and realized that it actually is an excellent candidate for a road diet. So we've now introduced that we're trying to tie into our design process for the pavement. And that's going to come to the Council Transportation Committee as well. So I'm not certain that it's anything you're going to do as part of the CIP here, as much as we move forward with these projects and other paving projects where we're looking to what we can do with a paving project for bikes and peds. We bring those forward as much as possible. First, the Bicycle Pedestrian Advisory Committee, then Council Transportation Committee, and then ultimately to Council for approval before we advertise it and construct it. So that's where you'll be able to, review what staff's proposed, and if you have further direction for us, that's when we can hear about it, is more on an individual project basis, because then we can talk to you about specific constraints or challenges for that particular roadway or corridor.
So I have a related question that is hopefully super simple. I've been hearing that some of that there's a growing number of grants for green and complete streets, and particularly with an emphasis on green, but that to get some of those grants, we may need to name give the projects that name and plan them in in that way as green and complete streets, and I'm wondering if that's something that you know about, and if that should be looked into for, as a part of this study session, so when you come back to us, maybe certain projects would be named that and be able to get grants.
We can look into that. We'll have to get back to you on that. As you may be aware, we've been applying for many grants and have been very successful. We have been calling in complete streets, but it didn't mean that it does not necessarily include green components. But we can continue to look at what grant opportunities are out there, and if it is helpful to call them, a green complete street, definitely we can rename projects. Not a problem.
Just wanted to give you a heads up. And Councilmember Kamei?
Great, thank you. Well, I think that there's a lot of excitement related to how we make our community more walkable and bikeable and safer. So that's always great. And I think for myself, I'm trying to hear staff responses and understand how we as council should be thinking about it. I think the answers that I just heard sounded like if there is council interest in green streets, that then those need to be on a kind of more project by project, case by case basis. But I think for myself, I'm thinking about our Safe Routes to School, our Vision Zero plan that we adopted, this active transportation plan, being on the Council Transportation Committee, thinking about how we implement something like this citywide. I think that that's some of the feedback we received during the pandemic, is how do we make our community a more walkable, bikeable, greener city. And so I am trying to listen to staff say, project by project, but also I think there's interest in different arteries throughout our city. And perhaps while we're talking about some of the major thoroughfares, Rangsdorf, California, I think even those like smaller opportunities I would still be interested in. And kind of how do we use that as kind of the redirection for existing ridership. So when we talked about Latham, right? So all of that to say, does staff feel, and I think in the past, and I can't remember which plan it was, we saw the network of what we have existing for bikes and pedestrians. Is that something where council would be able to see where the opportunity spots are from a staff perspective on the green complete streets, or how should we be thinking about it? Or I guess this is how my brain works. It's a little bit more higher the 30,000 foot view than just project by project. So I'd appreciate a response to my kind of question. I tried to put a question in there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Kamei. Again, I'm going to have to refer back to the active transportation plan. That was built into the scope, was looking at the opportunities to move towards a green complete street system, where that's not only identifying specific locations, but also some principles and guidelines we could use for, as you're saying, even smaller streets. So that is being worked on.
Okay, so are there other questions? No. So I have one additional question, and that I just wanted to give council members heads up as time goes on. I'm thinking it may be much more efficient for us to go through all 4 questions. Yeah, having 7 people each address each one at a time. That would take us all night. So my additional question is, we've had some requests, particularly, one important CIP project are the pickleball and tennis courts. And it has been raised that maybe we could put aside the money for the final design and construction costs. Note that in the CIP for pickleball courts, so it can move ahead more quickly. Is that something that would be possible? Because I've met both the pickleball and tennis community, and it would make 2 very large communities happy.
Thank you for the question. The The existing, so there is the preliminary design or the study for the pickleball court project. We just started it. It's just kicked off, so we're excited about that. We have the resources that we put towards that. And as noted, it just started the request for proposals, which will be closing at the end of this week, by the way. It's really early in the process for us to identify the full scope of the pickleball project without having the study to identify where it's going to be, how many courts, and what's really needed in order to construct these, which will be a public process. We will go through a public outreach process to include the community as part of that discussion. An opportunity is to rename the project Pickleball Court Study, Design, and Construction with that intent to eventually construct it. Also add funding at the council's discretion, but without the scope and allowing the study to at least complete to identify what is the intent. It's difficult to identify a number to put into the CIP project in order to construct it. So it would be a big yes for us to identify a number.
It would simply be a placeholder number that really has no firm basis for how we came up with the number. Although I appreciate the comment that other jurisdictions have constructed pickleball courts, in some of the locations we'll be looking at, we may require a lot of earth moving, retaining walls, which will really affect the construction costs. It would not necessarily expedite the project because staff will be bringing the results of the study back to council and getting your approval on the location and the number of pickleball courts based upon this analysis. And at that time, you could, as part of a mid-year, add money to this CIP to move into the next step of design and construction. The source of funding will be the citywide parkland fund. We have confirmed the money is there. There is money there. So again, if council directs or indicates to staff that you would like us to change the title of the project now to make it clear, absolutely can do that. If you want us to put some placeholder money in there, we can do that. But the odds are when we come back to you with the study, we'll have to be adjusting the budget.
So I think that might be a good idea. So thank you for that answer. To change the name, that seems pretty easy, and put a bit of money in to expedite it, knowing that you'll probably come back to us for more. Okay, so that sounds like the answer. So now do we have any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll now go through. I'm seeking answers from council members to the 4 questions in our staff report, and for the, I don't know if we have them available to put on the screen for.
We're going to put the questions up on the screen. There were 3 in the staff report, but because of the possibility of recusals and so on, we divided question 2 into 2 separate questions to make it easy to follow.
Okay, so the 3 now turned into 4 questions are up for your reading pleasure, and I see that Councilmember Ramirez has a response.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm generally supportive of the staff recommendations. They're just a small number of adjustments. So for question 1, I'm comfortable with the discretionary project list, attachment 6. The only one I might consider deferring is the Central Expressway bicycle and pedestrian crossing, Villa Street undercrossing feasibility study, and that would only be if it helps expedite the Rangsdorf improvements and the shoreline improvements, because I feel like that's a great north-south addition to add, but Rengsdorf and Shoreline are further down the road, and I'd love to see those improvements complete as quickly as we're able to complete them. And so if it helps staff, if there's some additional capacity freed up by deferring the Villa Undercrossing feasibility study, I'd feel comfortable making that trade. And then for question 2, again, generally supportive of staff's recommendations. There are a couple of things that I would like to better understand. One would be, so I'm supportive of the pickleball name change, if that's helpful. Anything that if there are any modifications that need to be made to realize the California Street, Complete Street, or Green Street improvements, very supportive of that. I would like to elevate or program the Rengsdorf Complete Street or Green Street element, and I'm fine with that being year 4 or year 5 in the CIP, recognizing that there's not a lot of capacity. But that would be a priority project for me. And in part because I've gotten so many concerns over the past few years about crossing Rengsdorf generally. So I think I shared with you, Don, a while back, once St. Athanasius Church started doing its regular food distribution, we've had a number of people, run across Rengsdorf unsafely to get there. And there aren't a lot of things that we can do right now. So if that were to help improve safety on Rengsdorf, I'd love to see that elevated. And the only other thing that would be, I think, I'd like to see explored is, and staff addresses this to some extent, but additional shelters for community shuttle stops. We may already be looking at the Klein Park stops, California and Ortega, but many members of our community use those stops, and they don't currently have shelters. And I think I've been hearing more about this because of the atmospheric rivers, so there's heightened sensitivity to this, but if that's not something that's already under exploration, then investigating the feasibility of adding shelters there would be fantastic. For question 3, emerging new and amended project needs, I'm comfortable with the staff recommendations, and same with question 4. Thank you.
Okay, and is it helpful in notes to have the numbers of the projects? You didn't write them down. Okay, that's fine. Okay, do we have any other council members ready to respond? Vice Mayor.
Get the questions back up. Yeah, I'm basically going to pretty much say ditto to Councilmember Ramirez's comments. I too would like to see the Rengsdorf complete streets moved up as much as possible, but more than that, I want to make sure that the project of the undercrossing of Rengsdorf Railroad is it's just looked at as a whole package. And I would assume that that's what you're going to do, but I wanted sort of to ask that as a question and also as a moving up. When you look at the undercrossing of Rengsdorf, you're looking at the connections on both sides, right? So that includes the complete streets okay. And I think that's particularly important because of what we heard at NLC about some more grant money that may be available, particularly when pedestrians are included in undercrossings. So that would be my comment, and thank you very much for all this work.
So I assume, Vice Mayor, that that's a comment, but you're not, we will be taking straw polls on this. I don't think that's something you need a straw poll on. No. Okay. Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. So on attachment 6, I kind of had a different perspective on the Central Expressway bicycle and pedestrian crossing at Villa. That's 26XX. I read the staff report, and it talked about how Caltrain has a lot of work on their plate. And so we wouldn't expect this one to be done much sooner. But I guess I was thinking this might be similar to other projects where I feel like we want to be ready when they are. Because I think this is an important undercrossing. And so I actually was thinking we would move it up, but only to the extent we need to, so that we're ready if we need to do any work in advance of when Caltrain is ready.
I appreciate the suggestion. I will have to tell you that based upon what we've learned working with Caltrain, not only on the 2 grade separation, but the Bernardo undercrossing, is they are very firm that they need to be the lead. Even initial preliminary study work, they need to be very involved with the electrification of Caltrain, as well as the new standards they're putting in place in terms of the operating railroad right-of-way. What we're finding is, for instance, for the Bernardo undercrossing, work that Sunnyvale has done in partnership with Mountain View is being re-looked at by Caltrain, and the cities have to pay for that. We had the same thing happen with Castro in that we took it through 35%, and we ended up having to spend a little extra money so Caltrain could re-look at the work, redo some of the work that we did. It's been very clear, and this has been happening with other cities up and down the peninsula dealing with Caltrain, that any attempt that we did to pursue this study on our own to get ready for it would eventually be redone.
Mm. And we're pretty sure they're not going to get to it. Will they get to it in 2025, 26, or could it be later?
Given the workload that we're working with them on, it's not just our 2 grade separation projects, but in addition to Bernardo, there's the 2 grade separation projects in Sunnyvale. There's at least 1 or 2 in Palo Alto that want to get moving in the next few years. And then there are others up and down the peninsula. So based upon what we know, until some of these are actually completed and built, it's unlikely we're going to be able to get their time and attention on yet another bike ped undercrossing in the next few years.
Okay. I guess I'll just say, yeah, that one's important to me, and if for some reason they have a window of opportunity, I'd love it to come back to council for us to prioritize it.
Okay. So I assume that's a comment, but it's not something we're taking a straw poll, is what I hear. Okay.
Also on attachment 6, project 24XX, fire station number 3, replacement programming study. I appreciate that we are doing this study, and based upon our conversation a little bit earlier about pickleball, I'm thinking I would like to change the name of this and have it also be the design and construction project, and put a placeholder in for cost. I don't know if any of you have taken a tour of Fire Station 3, but I did a few years ago, and I'm sure it hasn't improved since then. I appreciated the addition to the criteria where you said maintain existing facilities. I think this one is beyond maintenance and needs to be replaced. And the fact that we have city employees living there makes it high priority for me to rebuild something, a new design, a new fire station. So I would like to change the name of this one to include the design and construction, similar to pickleball. Okay, then on attachment 7. As I said, I appreciated the addition of the keeping the facilities in a state of good repair, and therefore I think the first 4 items on this attachment, 1 through 4, are really important. Those are the apparatus trailer shelters for Fire Station 1 and 4, CPA roof replacement, Fire Station number 3, replacement, design, and construction, and the public safety building construction. Those are kind of, basics I feel like that the city has that we need to maintain and improve. Shannon, let's see, I guess we can't talk about that. I don't have a question about it, but can I say Shenandoah open space?
May I, Councilmember Banachek, the 4 items you just mentioned, is that something you want us to take a straw poll on?
Nope, I'm just calling them out that those are really important to me.
Okay.
Well, wait a minute, they're unscheduled, so I do want them scheduled. Sorry. And let's see, the number 20, East Wisman Area Transit-Oriented Development and Improvements Phase 3. That's another one that I think is important. As more people live in the East Wisman area or work in the East Wisman area, the crossing at Ellis 101 and going to the Moffett Boulevard light rail station, that's just not a very pleasant intersection. I guess Fairchild also comes into that. And I think it could be better for pedestrians and bicyclists. And so improving that intersection is high priority for me. And a lot of the other ones, I feel like I'm not an expert on a lot of these other ones. So I will trust staff because you have much more knowledge than I do of things like the state of our utilities. And so I will just trust you on all of these, that these are the ones we should be doing. Let's see, then, so I'm not sure if I'm mixing questions. I'm following what was in the staff report. I do support the undergrounding of utilities at 1020 Terabella. Thank you so much for figuring out how to incorporate that. I appreciate it. And then, as I said before, I appreciate the addition to the criteria of keeping city facilities in a state of good repair. A lot of our facilities are older and are in need of repair. And I think we should maintain those rather than build new ones. And when we've got those in good shape, then we start on building more. And I think that's it. Thank you.
Thank you. So, Councilmember Ramos.
Just a clarification on, are we going through the questions now, or are these just comments?
We're going through the questions and making comments on them.
Okay, I guess I'll just.
I just wanted to speak briefly on the Shenandoah project. If the request from Councilmember Matachek is to actually consider moving that onto the CIP, then we do need to take that first. So that was part of the first question. So if that is one of the requests and council's going to take a straw poll, then we would have Councilmember Ramos recuse, and then remaining council members could discuss whether or not you want to elevate that to the CIP plan so that she could recuse.
So I guess I'd say I feel like that's something that we don't have really good information on right at this time. So we certainly have to keep our eye on it. But I would say that at some point it probably is going to become very important to bump up in priority. But I'm not sure we have enough information tonight to do that.
So you're noting it, but not putting it up for a straw poll. Okay. Okay, Councilmember Ramos.
All right, so going down the questions. Question 1, I don't plan on eliminating, deferring, or moving up any of attachment 6 items. I'm in support of some of my colleagues mentioned the renaming of the pickleball project, complete green streets, additional shelter shuttle stops. I'm in support of that. In question 3, I am open to adding things to the emerging and new amended project needs, but I don't have a priority necessarily, and I'm happy to support whatever my colleagues would like for that. And I support staff's recommended approach for question number 4.
Thank you. Councilmember Abikoga.
Thank you, Mayor. So for question 1, I overall support the list. I guess I had one question or interest in maybe swapping out based on the price tag. So the first item, actually, the branding and wayfinding signage installation, I don't know how far along we are on that, but I feel like in light of some of the other projects on here, perhaps that could wait, and I would be interested in moving up the GHG offsets, 20 City Hall HVAC GHG offsets project. For me, my interest would be obviously anything related to climate change, as well as, this is just general comment, but getting ready. So this is I'm gonna jump around a bit, but some of the projects, the new and amended projects needs list has projects that were just funded, like the OBAG projects, and I don't know if there's a time limit, but from our trip to DC, the few takeaways I got was there's money, but there's going to be, and there'll probably be more money, but there's going to be time limits to when we need to spend it by. So I just want us to be prepared and ready to get the money when we can. So projects that will set us up, and we are, this is because we're talking a lot at like MTC and at other levels about project readiness. And the projects that are ready to go are the ones that are most likely to get funded first. And so any project on this list, and that's where, even with the grade separations, I know the cost is going up, but I don't mean to be overly optimistic, but this was like the first trip in my first of all the trips, the best trip in the sense that I just got a sense that, we're in a good position. Our Rengsdorf project is in the top 6 in the state. We also have, you also applied for those other grants that we learned more about. So there seems to be opportunity, and I just want us to be ready to go. And I understand with what you're saying with Caltrain. I've been in a lot of conversations about the interest to package the whole corridor into one project to make it more attractive in some sense, but I've also been saying to folks, including our member of Congress staff, that our projects are probably the furthest, other than the one in Broadway and Burlingame, but we are the furthest along. So I just, I'm okay to do things, to package things if it's going to help us get more funding, but I don't want anything to be slowing our project down. And so let's move forward with whatever we can. And I think I've gotten some support for that approach. So that is my interest, is to just whatever projects we have that it looks like there's going to be funding available, let's get them ready to go. Project readiness is key. So that's kind of just the overall comment on this project list. So that's how I would reshuffle this if there are projects that look like that. So I don't know about Central Expressway. Like, it might be worth moving or starting it out just in case there's opportunity. So yeah, anything that has around, grade SEPs, the complete streets tie into the grade SEPs. Let's just try to move it and start packaging things together. So if there's opportunity, we can be the first ones out of the gate to get that funding. I agree with Councilmember Matichak, moving up items 1 through 4 on the unscheduled, I think it's the unscheduled list. And then what I would say with this is these are, big
big ticket items, and when learning from some of my other work, one of the steps that is taken is to come up with a funding plan. And so I would maybe ask for that. You know, replacing fire station number 3 is probably going to be almost as expensive, well, probably not as expensive as the police admin building, but it's going to be in the tens of millions of dollars, if not hundreds of millions of dollars. So that's my concern with all of this is these are big items. It makes sense. Some of them are coming to the end of life. So we really need to, think about how we're going to fund this, whether it becomes a part of a bond measure that we're talking about or not. But I think that's one of the earlier things that we should be doing as we look at these big projects. But I do agree. I think core services, public safety is key. So anything on here that is related to that, I would support. I agree, given the interest in pickleball, moving that forward with adding construction, and it could be a placeholder amount, that's fine. We talked about Rangsdorf Complete Streets. I'm excited. Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez, for supporting the California Streets project, or bringing that back. That was dormant for a few years, and I appreciate that coming back. And so, yeah, that's just my main overall comment is whatever projects we see that might have funding opportunities coming up, let's get those as ready as we can. Thanks.
So I heard, just to clarify, I heard some overall comments and some support for things that previous council members had raised. But then you also said possible, I think this is the one that you brought up in the beginning for a straw vote. It's possibly switching greenhouse gas offsets at City Hall for, actually your voice cut out and I didn't get for.
Oh, yeah, sorry. So it was, I guess, I'm not that excited about wayfinding, branding, signage, installations. I don't think it's a huge priority. I would rather see things like complete streets or climate change initiatives, moving those forward. So I just looking at just the price, the cost of these. Let's see, City Hall HVAC GHD offsets phase 2 was the same equal price as North Bay Shore. And I don't know if that means we just move it up, or they're just both going. Would it be like moving something from the second year to the first year, or I guess if you can maybe provide some direction.
For me, it was just that your mic cut out and I couldn't hear the beginning of what you said, but we can still clarify more.
It is helpful that if there's any project that council feels could be deferred, it's not just a matter of the funding. These actually use different funding sources. It's also a matter of our staffing capacity. So any project where council feels could be deferred, we would take that into account as we look also at our staffing capacity.
So, is there a urgency to the wayfinding signage or not? If there isn't, I would recommend we defer it.
City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Abe-Koga. So I would need to double check with our economic vitality staff, but I believe it could be tied to our downtown revitalization and any of our economic vitality initiatives.
This one says North Bay Shore. Mm-hmm. So how is that?
Well, I just need to double check that and make sure that it's not tied into that.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thank you. I don't have any numbers to cite for you, Mayor, or anything new. I'm just going to make some general comments, so hopefully that will clarify for you. So for item question 1, I'm comfortable with the conversation colleagues have been going in. I always hesitate to remove anything because I, as the city manager was mentioning, there's always a story for why it exists, but so no comments there. But for attachment 7 with the unscheduled proposed projects. Grateful for the conversation of elevating items 1 through 4. I think just personally, I didn't hear these brought up, but of interest to me are still the items 10 and 11, the Stevens Creek Trail extensions, one from Dale, and then on the north side at Middlefield. I know just the usage rates are quite high, and so at some point, hopefully, as you're talking about funding, as maybe some partnerships could be available, I'd love to be able to move those from unscheduled to scheduled. Also, it sounds like, and maybe we'll clarify that we're taking some straw polls maybe on 18, which is the California Street Complete Streets. Is that right? And then we're going to talk about, I did appreciate item 20, the East Wisman area transit-oriented development improvements. We just adopted the master plan, or the precise plan, and the Middlefield master plan. And so really think we need to be focusing on that. So I'll support those two as well. I can't recall where this was, and maybe this will come up at CTC next week, but item 22, the Escuela Avenue, the North Bicycle improvements, I am interested in that. I recall that we've had a conversation about that a while ago, and I just can't remember where that landed, but not necessarily to take a straw poll on that, but just expressing interest. And then for question 3 and 4, I'm comfortable with the conversation we've been having and the staff recommendations. Thanks.
Okay, so I think that's everyone but me. So listening to everyone's comments, I have an additional question on the renaming the fire station from maintenance to design and construction. What the implications of that might be, because it sounded to me like it might be a big change, or maybe I misunderstood it.
So the Roll Forward project is more concept planning and concept study, feasibility study for replacing the fire station. It is listed in the CIP as a replacement project. Adding design and construction to the project title does indicate further that intent that we do plan to construct. We were actually showing design and construction as an unscheduled to follow once this initial study is done. However, just to be aware, as mentioned by Councilmember Abikoga, we won't be able to add a lot of money to this yet because it's not going to be $100 million, but it is going to be in the tens of millions to construct. So the most we'd be able to try to find funding for is to beyond preliminary feasibility studies, some initial design at this stage of the game.
Okay, so what I'm hearing is that renaming it is clarifying, but is not calling for a whole new project. So it seems feasible.
Correct.
Okay, good. And then also the other things that were talked about for unscheduled projects, the 1 through 4, fire and public safety, are there implications for, I think those were the ones from page 7. Is that easy, difficult?
So projects 1 through 4, and again, the reason you see repetition is this is just lifted from the last 5-year CIP. So some events may have already started to occur. The apparatus trailers, shelters for Fire Station 1 and 4, if there's interest, we would look to see where we could put that in the 5-year CIP. In addition to, we have some critical roll forward projects for the fire station. We're also seeking and trying to make sure we have enough money for them. The CPA roof replacement is definitely something we're looking at. We do believe it's going to be needed in the next couple years. City Hall cost us $1.5 million. We can expect CPA to cost, at least the same amount. The big issues, again, are Fire Station 3, design and construction, and public safety building construction. As noted, these are going to need a funding strategy. We are looking forward to starting to include these, including the public safety building construction in our 5-year CIP. You know, we will complete design in the next year and a half, 2 years, and it's more a matter of the funding strategy, which is being worked on, and something will be brought forward to you in the future further to discuss what the opportunities for funding, I would say, both these projects. If City Manager McCarthy wants to add anything.
Thank you, Public Works Director Cameron. No, I don't have anything to add for that one, but I do have to add to the previous question about the wayfinding. So staff confirmed that that does not tie into the other wayfinding efforts that we're doing downtown to direct people downtown. So if that is something that you all wanted to remove and elevate some of the other items you discussed tonight, it's an old item tied to implementation of the precise plan.
So I don't know if what you had meant, Councilmember Abakoga, was to remove it or deprioritize it.
I would just move it down on the list.
Okay.
If we can move something else up.
Okay. Okay, so with that, I generally support the staff recommendations as they are. And the items that I was going to bring up were, this is the beauty of speaking last, the items I was going to bring up have been brought up by other council members. And I guess my overall comment is the one that I made before, that what I hear from residents, the biggest push has been for more green and complete streets. So that's been said a number of times. I don't have to say it again. And then also for the pickleball and tennis communities to get to get more courts. So with that, I will go through the things that I have listed for straw polls. If any of the council members, you think I'm misexplaining what you said, please tell me. And if you have any numbers to attach to the ones that I don't have numbers for, you can tell me that too. So the first straw poll item is to defer the Central Expressway. This is yours, Councilmember Ramirez, if it would help to expedite Rengsdorf and Shoreline. Is that one that you are still putting forward? Yes.
Thank you, Mayor. Based on what staff shared with us, there's a lot of uncertainty around it. I'll defer to staff. Is it helpful to keep on the list, or is it so speculative that we're not in practice really assigning any staff capacity to it?
Unless we hear otherwise from council, staff recommendation was going to be to defer work on the Villa undercrossing because we know Caltrain is not ready to engage with us on it.
Okay, so that's already the staff recommendation.
Okay,
so
we won't vote on it because that's the staff recommendation. Okay, so number 2 was change the name of the pickleball item to design and construction and put a money placeholder. Have I described that one accurately? Okay, all those in favor? Passes unanimously. The next one was to prioritize, it's number 118, California Green Street improvements. Passes. Another one is to elevate the Rengsdorf street improvements and Green Street improvements. And then there was, did that include adding shelters? Where would you like that added?
Oh, that's not currently in the list, any list at all, and it would be to evaluate the feasibility of adding community shuttle shelters at the Klein Park stop.
Okay, all those in favor? Or you have a question? Sure.
Is that a city stop or a VTA stop or a joint stop, or who would have to participate in that decision?
So that is a shared stop between VTA and the community shuttle. Since we did receive an Ask Mountain View asking about that, we have already engaged VTA to discuss it with them, and they are open and studying it as maybe as part of their next phase of adding shelters. They told us today that they felt, based upon, because there's already a bench out there and other amenities, that there is the right-of-way. So it would be to the city's advantage to let them install the shelter. Not only do they cover the cost, but when they install it, they maintain it. So
Councilmember Ramirez, I assume you're going with what the staff is recommending. Okay, we will not vote on that one. Then the next one is also renaming the 24XX, the fire station project, rename it design and construction as well. All those in favor? And Councilmember Matichak, did you want to clarify anything about that?
No, I guess that just kind of combines number 3 from attachment 7. So, because that says replacement, design, and construction.
And then there was prioritizing. You can clarify if you'd like, Councilmember Matichak, because this is yours, on the unscheduled projects 1 through 4, fire and public safety. Would you like to say anything about that one?
Well, so then it would just be 1, 2, and 4 because we just prioritized 3.
I thought we just renamed 3.
We renamed it on a different schedule.
Okay. So all those in favor of that? Okay. And there, you also had scheduling number 20, East Wisman intersection improvements. Do you want to say anything else about that? Okay. All those in favor? Okay. And then we have deferring North Bay Shore wayfinding and signage. All but one. And moving up greenhouse gas offsets at City Hall.
It's a roll forward project for year 1.
Okay, so we can't move it forward. And that, I think that's all that I have. Did I leave anybody? Stevens Creek Trail, is there some? No? Okay. So I think that's all I have. Are there any that I left out? Okay, seeing none, we will be, okay, would anybody like a 5-minute break? Yes. Okay, 5-minute break. We'll come back at 9:05.
Piece of cake, right? What were the 2 stops that staff said were already being considered for shelter? Bless you.
Okay, welcome back, everyone. We are now on item 7.2, the update on city-school collaboration and challenges. The purpose of this study session is to receive an update on city-school collaboration and provide direction on the collaboration process. The focus is the Education Enhancement Reserve Agreement that provides a payment to Mountain View Wisman School District and Mountain View Los Altos Union High School District, and the joint use agreement that enables community use of Mountain View Wisman school fields in exchange for the city taking responsibility for maintaining the fields. Assistant City Manager Audrey Seymour Ramberg and Community Services Director John Marchant will present the item.
Pardon me for the delay. Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I am Audrey Seymour Ramberg, Assistant City Manager, and I'm joined via Zoom by Community Services Director John Marchant. The overarching topic tonight is, as the Mayor said, an update on collaboration between the city and the school districts serving our elementary, middle, and high school students and families. The city does have a long history of collaboration, especially with the school districts Mountain View Wisman School District and the Mountain View Los Altos Union High School District, and that is the focus of tonight's presentation. I want to start the presentation by acknowledging how fortunate we are to have such top-notch elementary, middle, and high schools that serve us here in Mountain View. They are integral to what makes Mountain View a welcoming and vibrant community and with such a high quality of life. They're also integral to why people choose to live in Mountain View and work so hard to stay here. I could say that was certainly true for me 20 years ago when I moved to Mountain View before my daughter was born. And she has received an excellent education from the public schools here and was taught and cared for by teachers who regularly go beyond the call of duty. So it's beyond me, other council members and staff on the dais who have kids who either do attend or have attended public schools in Mountain View. And that's why I feel I can say that it is not just as public servants, and not even just as partners, but as parents that we are invested in this topic. And it is with the type of collaboration that we strive for that our three agencies can identify and maximize the areas of common interest that are of benefit to our community. And when there are differences, as there surely are bound to be when there are agencies with different missions and interests and constraints, having strong collaboration allows us to navigate those differences and the interdependencies when they do arise. And that's really what we have done in many, many ways and have a track record of doing. These are just a picture of some of the collaborations between the city and the school districts that bring great benefits to our students and families. To name a few, on the upper left corner, we have the community shuttle, which is free and has a stop at Graham Middle School. And at its peak over the past few months, that's had a ridership of 110 students daily. Next to that is the School Resource Officer Program, which operates at all Mountain View Wisman schools as well as at Mountain View High School. Next to that is the 777 Middlefield Teacher Staff Housing Project. Coming around the corner, we have the after-school programs that operate at two Mountain View Wisman school districts, or Mountain View Wisman schools. And then the School Crossing Guard program, which operates right now at 15 locations and is being proposed for expansion to 21 locations. Finally, then, in the lower left corner is our Teen Center, which serves high school and middle school students. So taken all together, these, plus the city's provision of land to Alta Vista High School and our contribution to the CHAC Joint Powers Agreement, that totals $7 million in city investment, of which $4 million is annual ongoing costs. And that does not include the cost for the shuttle, which is $3 million, but not really easy to attribute to the middle school ridership. Also does not include the $1.5 million in school field maintenance, which is a topic for later in the presentation. So the reason why we're here today in particular is to talk about two areas of collaboration that are underway, and that is the continuation of the payment from the Shoreline community through the Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement to both Mountain View Wisman and Mountain View Los Altos high school districts. And the second is continuing the joint use agreement that in exchange for the city's maintenance of the fields allows the city to schedule community use of those fields. These two collaborations are important because they contribute in a significant way to the City Council adopted vision statement and also to 3 of the Council's 7 strategic priorities, which include intentional development and housing options, livability and quality of life, and sustainability and resilience. Progress has been made on both of these collaborations, to be sure, and there are also some challenges. This study session is an opportunity for the council to receive an update from staff and also to communicate to the community its commitment to continued collaboration with the school districts, and then to communicate to staff direction that you would have us follow in our negotiation of these two very important collaborations. The presentation will be in 2 parts. I've already started the first part, which is this introduction, and then focusing on the Education Enhancement Reserve Agreement paid out of the Shoreline community. And then Community Services Director Marchant will take over and he will present on the joint use agreement. I would like to apologize in advance that this presentation is a little bit longer than the ones that you are used to receiving because there is a fair amount of background information to share. So first, I'm going to focus on the Shoreline community payment through the Education Enhancement Reserve. And to do that, I feel it's important to provide some context, which is information about the Shoreline community. The Shoreline community was established by a State of California Legislative Act in 1969. And this created the community as a separate legal entity with the authority to use property tax increment to achieve certain purposes, and these purposes are related to creating and operating a regional park, enhancing the North Bay Shore area environmentally, enhancing the area economically, and adding needed housing supply. The funding to do this comes from property tax base above, or property tax rather, above the base property tax in 1977. The improvements to be funded are described in the 1977 North Bay Shore Area Plan, which we refer to as the Shoreline Area Plan in order to distinguish it from the North Bay Shore Precise Plan. So the Act creates the authority to use tax increment, and the plan describes the way in which that tax increment is to be used. The Shoreline community is not a redevelopment agency. Redevelopment agencies were set up for different purposes under a different legislative authority for a more narrow and time-limited purpose, and were ended for reasons that do not relate to the Shoreline community. So these are some pictures taken from the press and from very, very old city plans and photos that were captured at that time, and as can be seen, the Shoreline community has come a long way since 1969. What was once a flood-prone area with minimal substandard housing, a hog farm, an auto wrecking yard, and a dumping ground became at one time a site for a regional landfill accepting refuse all the way from San Francisco. When the landfill was closed and covered with a clay cap, the Shoreline at Mountain View Regional Park was developed with a grand opening in 1983, and that makes this year the park's 40th anniversary. Over time, businesses moved in and made the area a robust business park, which coexisted alongside a regional park complete with a sailing lake, 9 miles of trails, a thriving wildlife habitat, contributing to the biodiversity of the region. But some very important components of the vision of the Shoreline Act are not yet completed. The first missing component is the development of housing as part of complete communities that are supported with streets, active transportation, and utility infrastructure. The second missing component is an extensive program of capital projects to protect the North Bay Shore and areas south of 101 from flooding due to sea level rise. These important goals and obligations will continue into the near future and must be balanced with the payments to the school districts from the Shoreline community through the Education Enhancement Reserve Agreement. So now I'm going to delve further on the background and status of the Education Enhancement Reserve Agreement. As previously mentioned, the purpose of the agreement is to provide a payment to the Mountain View Wisman and Mountain View Los Altos School District from the Shoreline Community Funds. The first agreement dates back to 2005, and the current agreement was entered into 10 years ago and expires on June 30th of this year. The most recent payments to the districts were paid on December of 2022, and they are just over $5.3 million to the Mountain View Wisman School District and just over $3.4 million to the high school district. In addition, the current agreement was amended in 2019 to provide the districts the full amount of property tax revenue accruing from new residential development in North Bay Shore. 2019 was also the year that the city and the districts began negotiating the successor agreement. To provide more time for this process, at the direction of the Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement Board, staff has developed a short-term successor agreement which includes payments of at least the amounts on this slide. And just for background, I'll define the Joint Powers Agreement Board. It is the two superintendents of the districts, as well as the city manager, McCarthy. Staff is proposing in this study session a process for achieving the long-term successor agreement, and as I mentioned, has already proposed a short-term agreement. The Education Enhancement Reserve Agreement makes payment to the school districts in ways that benefit them by supporting educational programs that benefit the Shoreline community related to innovation and economic vitality, and helping address the impact of students generated by residential growth in the Shoreline community. So staff seeks council support this evening, one of your 4 study session questions, for the short-term successor agreement as defined with the following key terms. The agreement provides a payment in the coming fiscal year to ensure continuity of funding while the parties continue to negotiate the long-term successor agreement. To further create certainty, the proposed agreement would make the payment to the districts upon execution of the agreement rather than in December, as is typical. The amount of the payment would be no less than the minimal payment, and that is referred to as the minimum payment, and that's the payment that was received in December of 2022. In fact, it would be more than this amount by the amount of property tax growth, property tax revenue over the year, and that is referred to as the adjustment payment. And on top of that, there would be an extra one-time payment referred to as the additional one-time payment. So to try to put that into an example, if the property tax revenue grows in North Bay Shore at 10%, as we expect that it might, the total payment to the Mountain View Wisman District would be $5.9 million, and to the Mountain View Los Altos High School District, it would be $3.8 million. So the city wants to give this money to the districts, and we've verbally communicated these terms to the districts in January and followed up with a written draft agreement that was transmitted to the staff at both of the districts on February 24th. City staff wanted to move quickly, as was directed by the JPA board, and provide certainty about the minimum payment, because we had heard that Mountain View Wisman School District was not comfortable budgeting these funds, and the city had repeatedly committed to those funds and wanted to make sure that the school districts felt that they could take those funds into consideration in their budget. Staff received proposed edits from Mountain View Wisman School District staff on Thursday, and we are reviewing the suggested changes. We hope to reach an agreement on the short-term successor as soon as possible. And with this agreement executed, the focus will continue on the long-term successor agreement that I will go over next. Staff proposes a long-term education enhancement reserve agreement that spans the remainder of the development phase to achieve the remaining major purposes of the Shoreline community, which are the development of housing in complete communities, the construction of transportation and utility infrastructure that's needed to support this housing and complete communities, and the identified sea level rise capital improvement program. With the accomplishment of these improvements, the Shoreline community will transition to what we're referring to as a steady state phase. During this transition period, the payments to the school districts would increase over time and be balanced with the use of funds to meet these remaining development needs. Once at that steady state phase, there would be a more limited use of Shoreline community funds for operating the two regional obligations inherent in the creation of the Shoreline community, which are the park and the landfill, as well as keeping a prudent reserve for future sea level rise, maintenance, and improvements. This slide illustrates the different components of moving through the development phase in transition to the steady state phase. The green bar is the North Bay Shore Master Plan, which is a key source of information for the estimated revenues and expenses associated with the elements being prepared, regarding the amount and timing of revenues, excuse me. The blue bars show the major obligations during the development phase, with the darker solid blue segments showing finite periods of constructing the major improvements, and the lighter hatched blue showing the maintenance and operating obligations that would continue into the steady state phase. The city's proposed long-term approach was laid out to the school districts at the November 29, 2022 meeting of the Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement Board. And as mentioned, a draft short-term agreement was circulated on February 24th. Given the complexity of these agreements, it is understandable that the path forward comes with challenges. This slide summarizes the primary challenge, which is the magnitude of the interrelated community needs that are at the heart of this agreement. These are the community's needs for housing, schools, parks, environment, natural resources, economic vitality, all of which are essential to the quality of life in Mountain View. There are interrelationships and trade-offs amongst all of these needs, and the city is responsible for all of them. The city has a wide scope of responsibilities that are not mutually exclusive, and we must provide for all of these benefits to our community. We have heard and are glad to hear Mountain View Wisman School District refer to this as a web of mutuality, so I will borrow that term here, recognizing that all of these elements are of great importance to the people that we serve. Now, to find an effective solution for this highly complex negotiation requires a high degree of collaboration. And there are a few more challenges that would be just natural to expect in that level of collaboration. One is finding common ground that bridges the differences in positions. The city is committed to increasing payments to the school districts over time. While doing this, the Shoreline community needs to balance the ability to pay for all of its obligations, most of which are well-planned and some of which may be unforeseen. We have heard from Mountain View Wisman School District a desire to receive payments equivalent to their full tax rate allocation and to receive those now, perhaps as if the Shoreline community did not exist or should not exist. In the city's perspective, this is tantamount to defunding the Shoreline community and its essential purposes and would have a disastrous impact on the city's general fund. We have heard some acknowledgement from Mountain View trustees that there is a need for a reasonable phasing, and we really are hopeful to explore this further during negotiation. Another challenge is engaging all of the stakeholders involved in the three agencies, as there are 17 elected officials and numerous staff, all with different perspectives to share and all with their own need for information. And this leads to the next of the listed challenges, which is the need to identify, gather, and share information that the parties consider essential to understanding each other's positions and interests and finding common ground. As mentioned, one of the critical areas of information is the North Bay Shore Master Plan, which will inform the long-term forecast for the Shoreline community revenues and expenses. In light of these challenges, staff feels that a collaborative process with more structure and support would be useful. This process seeks to bring together stakeholders, starting with a joint meeting of all the elected officials of all three agencies. The joint meeting would be supported by agency staff and facilitated by a neutral moderator. The primary purpose of this meeting would be to kick off the process with relationship building and information sharing. We were targeting June for this meeting. Following the joint meeting, a subcommittee with elected officials and staff representatives from the three agencies and continued support from a moderator would then meet to further lay the groundwork for ongoing staff discussions. The proposal is for the subcommittee to be comprised of one person less than the quorum of each of the three agencies. So this translates to 4 school board members, 2 from each agency, and 3 city council members. This groundwork would consist of identifying further information needs and communication methods for sharing information, shared and separate interests, and then guidelines for staff discussions. It is anticipated that the subcommittee could complete this work in up to 3 meetings, and this would serve as the direction to staff. It may also be helpful for the subcommittee to convene 1 or more times later in the process to hear progress reports from the staff discussions. So I've just talked at length about the Education Enhancement Reserve, and I will now speak much more briefly, as that is just one of the ways that the city provides support to the schools regarding the question of school capacity. Additional avenues are the council-adopted school strategy and city staff collaboration to help find potential school sites. The council adopted the school strategy in June of 2020, and it was done at the recognition that both the city and the district face limits in imposing requirements on developers. So the strategy has 3 components: a transfer of development rights, known as a TDR program, potential collaboration on shared open space, and working with applicants in larger projects or master plans to voluntarily identify school sites. Following up on that last topic, that's just what staff did with the North Bay Shore Master Plan, working with Google to relocate and enlarge a school site to be made available to Mountain View Wisman School District for the purposes of an elementary school. This will come to council for approval with the North Bay Shore Master Plan later this spring. The site is now 4 acres, increased from 2.5 acres, and is moved to a location preferred by Mountain View Wisman. This is especially promising since the Mountain View Wisman School District Board has expressed support for an urban school in North Bay Shore. Staff is also pleased to note strong collaboration with the Mountain View Los Altos High School District to identify potential sites for an academy-style high school on NASA Ames campus. This could be a great opportunity to coordinate with UC Berkeley, which is developing a campus there. Another possibility that can be explored is in the city's collaboration with the high school district is Shenandoah Square. This is a site owned by the U.S. Army and has been of interest to the high school district, but we had heard from the Army that they had put their development of that site on pause. They are now ready to relook at options there, and the city is encouraged about the potential for that site. So with that, I am concluding the part of the presentation related to the Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement, and I will hand it over to Community Services Director Marchant.
Thank you, Assistant City Manager Ramberg. Good evening once again, Mayor, City Council. I would much prefer to be there in person tonight. However, I'm glad to be participating virtually. And with that, I'm going to continue regarding the JUA background and some current status. The city and the Mountain View Wisman School District have a history of collaboration through the joint use agreement, where the district provides the city access to open space of schools during after school weekends and school breaks, while the city in turn provides maintenance of those open spaces. Both agencies recognize the current agreements need to be updated, and negotiations began in 2019. Those discussions were limited due to COVID-19 and other priorities until 2022, when both agencies began meeting more regularly to reach a new agreement. Through these discussions, progress has been made, and there are a few outstanding items to be negotiated, which include a review of the Civic Center Act, confirm site maps that will be added as attachments to a new agreement, and to confirm responsibilities of each agency, including current costs of utilities for each school site. Last month, the district paused negotiations of the JUA as part of their response to the North Bay Shore DEIR. And at the March 2nd Board of Trustees meeting, district staff stated an intention to explore ending the JUA in order to preserve open space for possible future portable classrooms. The JUA has historically provided important benefits to the community, including the shared open space. Shared open spaces are maintained at a high quality by city staff, and they take personal responsibility for the areas that they are responsible for. The JUA allows residents access to open space within walking distance from their homes. And the city has developed a field use policy to provide equitable access to fields, which the city would not be able to provide with city-owned fields alone. And by implementing the field use policy, city staff are able to maintain positive relationships with the local youth sports groups and often find creative solutions to the demands for field use in the community while keeping the cost affordable for youth sports. The JUA also allows shared open space to be used for community and city-sponsored events like outdoor movie nights and local neighborhood association events. Possible end of a JUA that is over 60 years old does create some complications. This slide highlights some of those. Both agencies would need to review and confirm open space improvements the city has constructed or contributed to over time to determine the amortized value and assess how much is owed to each agency. While the school district does own much of the property utilized for shared open space, the city does own land utilized by the district. This includes a portion of a parking lot, landscaping, and tennis courts along San Pierre Way. The city would need to assess whether and how to seek compensation for use of this property. There are also examples of open space in the community where both district and city-owned properties that are adjacent to one another, creating contiguous space like Wisman and Cooper Parks. It is unclear how these areas would be separated and maintained by two different organizations. The possible end of a JUA would require significant work by both agencies while determining a path forward that meets the needs of the Mountain View community. Even if the JUA does not continue, ongoing collaboration will be needed between the two agencies. The city utilizes park and lieu fees that come from net new residential development to create new parks. The city does not have a separate ongoing stream of funds for creating new parks. And the city is currently exploring ways to create new funding sources, of which I'll talk about on this slide. The city continues to be committed to building new parks in the community. The city has worked on 5 parks over the last year and a half, which includes those that have been opened, those under construction, or those in the design phase. 8 new park sites are currently identified, in which staff has capacity to have up to 4 new parks per year in design and construction phases. The city is planning to complete a nexus study. Excuse me. The city is planning to complete a nexus study to determine feasibility of implementing a fee on future commercial and hotel development. In addition, a citywide fee study is being implemented, and fees for field rentals will be reviewed and updated and expected to be closer to market rate. Excuse me one moment. The city is also exploring the feasibility of a 2024 revenue measure. The measure could include funding for new parks, in addition to funding a new public safety administration building, sustainability programs, or other potential uses. Finally, later this spring, the Community Services Department will officially begin working on a new Parks and Recreation Strategic Plan. This plan will replace the previous Recreation Plan as well as the Parks and Open Space Plan. Some of the outcomes of the plan will be to create a cost estimate, to create new parks, to meet the current goals, recommend new funding strategies, and recommend changes to the parkland dedication ordinance. And with that, I will turn it over to Assistant City Manager, Ms. Ramberg.
Sounds like that's just in time, too. In closing, we are hopeful, having heard that trustees are open to phasing payments and finalizing the joint use agreement, that we can take these next steps and continue and renew and expand our collaboration. For the Education Enhancement Reserve Agreement, the next steps are to draft an invitation from the council to the two boards of trustees to join the city in a joint meeting and also in the formation of a subcommittee, to develop meeting agendas and materials, which includes identification and compiling all desired background information and data, and to direct staff, oops, I missed one, was to direct staff to negotiate the long-term successor agreement, which would be part of the coming out of the joint process. For the joint use agreement, the next steps are to continue discussions with Mountain View Wisman School District in efforts to negotiate the agreement, and then to also assess the impacts to the community and city operations if the joint use agreement is to be ended. So with that, that leads to the four study session questions that we can return to at that point of the meeting. I will stop sharing my screen.
Okay, thank you, Audrey, and thank you, John. So because this is a study session, I'll start out by taking public commentary. So we will start with in-person commentary and then move to virtual commentary. And so if any member of the public joining us virtually in person would like to comment on this item, click the raise hand button in Zoom or submit a blue speaker card to the city clerk. And we will take in-person speakers first. Do we have, city clerk, do we have in-person speakers? Their names are not showing up. Okay. I will give, so, we will give a minute and a half per person.
Would you like me to call the speakers?
Sure, their names are not showing up.
Okay. First is Cliff Chambers.
Resident of Mountain View and have a son at Crittenton Middle School. I want to thank staff for the very informative staff report and presentation of this really important agenda item. I'm really aware of the many examples of the joint use of collaboration identified in the staff report. I've coached soccer for 5 years and probably have used all the joint use facilities. I've only become recently aware of the challenges that you're faced that were identified in the presentation. And I think overall, the 5 next steps that were identified at the end of the staff report seem very reasonable. However, unless there's continued collaboration at a successful rate, it's going to jeopardize many of the things that I've been advocating for many years before the City Council, including the infrastructure for housing, the efforts to mitigate sea level rise, and the shared use of the parks and residents. And I'm really here tonight just to find out as a citizen what we can do to help this facilitation process work, because it's extremely important to the community. And I don't really think many community members know what's at stake here. And if people are listening, and hopefully you're paying attention, because this is really important. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next, we have Laura Ramirez Berman, sorry.
Good evening. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, council members, city staff, and fellow Mountain View community members. I am Laura Ramirez Berman, resident of Mountain View for 15 years. I am here tonight in my capacity as president of the Mountain View Wisman School District, the board. We have the privilege and responsibility of representing and serving over 4,500 students and their families. Not only do we serve our current set of students, we also are working to lay the groundwork for the continued excellence of our district for our future students. Schools are critical infrastructure of a complete community, and it's our collective responsibility to plan for growth that will meet the needs and expectations of Mountain View residents, especially our children. I want to acknowledge the work of the city staff to compile the report for this study session. Thank you. This isn't the forum for us to go section by section through the report to discuss the narrative it outlines, what it includes or doesn't include. That could be the work of a shared subcommittee to discuss and agree on a set of data about growth, revenue, and expenses, to come to a shared understanding about the needs and constraints that exist for both the city and the school district. And perhaps we can discuss putting that subcommittee together in May before school gets out. Rather, with my limited time tonight, I want to convey 2 ideas. First, we're here to listen carefully, to support and acknowledge the council in this important discussion tonight. Second, and most importantly, to express our willingness and desire to work with you on these issues. The board and our staff remain available to work with our counterparts in the city to discuss solutions to address the needs of the broader community and the students and families of the Mountain View Wisman School District. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, Yende Rudolph.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members, for allowing me to speak. I just quickly want to paint a picture of what education would look like if our schools could benefit from the full funding. Students would have an improved and expanded mental health services, which are necessary even more just as we emerge from the pandemic. Students would enjoy smaller class sizes. Families could benefit from expanded free meal programs, which also serves our community senior citizens. Homeless students would have more resources and support. More students could have access to universal preschool and after-school enrichment programs, and teachers and staff could receive pay increases that allow them to keep serving and educating these students. With the stroke of a pen, you all can make this vision achievable by allowing a full funding share from Shoreline Regional Park. Now, some have suggested that Mountain View must choose between the well-being of its students and the well-being of the environment. This is a false dilemma. Caring for children in our community and caring for the environment are not mutually exclusive. We're not required to forsake one to meet our obligations for the other. We have a duty to care for both. As it happens, as Shoreline property continues to rise, tax revenue from the region likewise continues to grow, as do the funds it has at its disposal. Of course, we ask for more transparency so that we can come to a mutual agreement, but it's also true that we, the members and leaders of Mountain View, are instructively bound together, and we are a community. Investing in our students is not a competing initiative. Our students need our needs, and our students' needs are our needs, and we as a community must come together to meet them. It is our collective duty to find solutions, and I believe that Mountain View is
minute and a half has run out.
Thank you.
Thank you. Laura Blakely?
I just want to point out that the other speakers earlier this evening got 2 minutes or 3 minutes, so.
There are many more, so you can't see it, but there are a great number of speakers online, and we allocate the amount of time depending on how many speakers want to speak for the subject.
Okay, I'll try to be brief. Thank you. I'm Laura Blakely. Here speaking in my personal capacity this evening. I'm very thankful that you're studying this important topic. I won't rehash the 2 emails that I've sent you, but I wanted to give you my thoughts on the study session questions posed by staff. The first 2 are around the proposed timing and context for a short and long-term successor JPA and the negotiation process. I wholeheartedly endorse putting a long-term successor JPA agreement in place. Yet I would hope that as a good faith measure, the interim agreement would include a more generous one-time payment to the schools, more on the order of 50 to 100% of the adjustment payment rather than the 10% that has been proposed. I also very much favor the process staff suggests with the joint kickoff meeting, which I hope could be in May and not in June, and then reinstating the subcommittee of elected officials and staff, but this time with a neutral facilitator or mediator. That would be very helpful. With proper prioritization, I'm hopeful that this process can be expedited before the end of the calendar year. It sounds like that's what you have in mind, so that's great, because you know that I've said many times the school districts need to begin their long-term funding plans for new schools now. On the third question around information needed, I want council to have access to all the data and projections you feel you need. I'm confident the school districts will transparently share whatever information they have available and provide whatever new information is requested, and I hope the city will reciprocate. On the final question about the joint use agreement, I support finalizing the agreement. I think it would be to all of our benefit. And again, I encourage full and transparent information sharing. Thank you very much for studying this topic.
Thank you. Tim McKenzie?
Greetings, counselors. I'm always a little bit surprised by how many different intersecting layers of bureaucracy I actually interact with as I think it was captured earlier in the conversation about Caltrain, VTA stops, El Camino, and all the different decision makers that come together. Like as someone in the Montaloma neighborhood, I think you are all very familiar with the sort of park kerfuffle that came up. And I think it's very important to be thoughtful about moving forward, how there can be integration between these different layers of bureaucracy where people make these decisions. And this seemed like it might be, I've floated this idea to, I think, to a few of you before, or maybe the whole council. I think this might be an appropriate place to raise it. A policy I'd like to see the city pursue that could be something that could synergize with the school district would be to lower the voting age in municipal elections to 16, and maybe coupled with some sort of civics education within the school district. And that could be something that we could have long-term moving forward to help integrate decision-making between the different bodies and develop a lifelong habit of participatory democracy in all the people who grow up here, and try to do something at the local level to counteract some of the vitriol we see at the national level. So I hope that you'll consider that. Thanks.
Thank you. Jessica Tobin?
Hi, everyone. Jessica Chohan speaking on behalf of Friends of Mountain View Parks. As a 9-year resident, worker in Mountain View, and parent in the community, I want to thank council and staff for your time and consideration of this important issue. I wish to remind council that all-day walkable public parks and open spaces are vital to the Mountain View community, as are great neighborhood schools for our children and families. Our parks and our schools are important centers for gathering, education, socializing, and the health and wellness first and foremost for our children, but also each and every member of our community. The current North Bay Shore plan does not provide adequate land or funding for parks or schools. I hope council will take action to remedy this issue through collaboration with the school district in place of allowing our current schools and parks like Montaloma to be built out. I hope you will consider that future North Bay Shore students should have local neighborhood schools like the rest of children in Mountain View. Our schools should receive their fair share of funding, and I urge council to continue your close collaboration with the school districts, but also provide guidance that is first and foremost in the best interests of our children and future children who may live in our community. There's no investment more worthy than our children. Thank you.
Thank you. So, seeing no more in-person speakers, we'll go to virtual speakers. The first is Annie Yang. Oh, there is one more in-person speaker. I saw you putting in a card. You can speak.
Okay. You know I like to go last anyway. Schools, you learn stuff. Cool. Okay. I live in North Bay Shore. I want to see it grow. I want to see it thrive as a complete neighborhood. I do think that it's possible to do that, to have parks, to have schools, to have housing, to have redevelopment. I also want it to not be underwater, 10 years from now. There's a lot of factors, a lot of stuff going on. I think that, we need to have a balanced approach where we factor in all of those things and make a very considered choice about how we allocate resources at what time, and in what priorities. And we don't need to have tantrums about one source of funding for one thing at any given time. I think that you all are doing a good job at trying to, plan out with goals fixed. Just here's the outcome we're looking for. Here's what resources we have. We're going to allocate it. Let's just keep doing that instead of reacting because people are angry. Oh, hey, my pet issue is a huge deal. Schools are important. Education is important. I do think it's something we can do. We don't have to say it's all or nothing at any given moment for one concept of funding that someone wants. Just act like children. Come on. Just get it over with in 10 minutes. Be really angry about it, and then move on instead of years of protracted, long, boring meetings. Yeah, okay.
Thank you. Okay. I'm sorry, Ms. Yang. Now it's your turn. It's Annie Yang will be our first virtual speaker.
Good evening, Mayor Hicks and council members. My name is Annie Yang, and I'm the chair of the Environmental Action Committee of the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. We have been working closely with city leadership, staff, and the community for many years, as you may know. Our work, and yours, has advanced programs that protect birds and wildlife and engage the community in conservation actions. Mountain View can be rightfully proud of its achievements, including the 10-year-old Burrowing Owl Preservation Plan, the newly adopted Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan, and more. You may be less familiar with our education programs. Our classroom education program reaches every fourth grader in the Wistman School District, including introducing students to concepts such as migration, habitats, and conservation, using local ecosystems and birds as case studies. We also conduct school field trips to Charleston Slough each year. We regularly host bird walks around Rangsdorf House, the lake, and the wetlands of North Bay Shore. During the nesting season, we lead educational events at the Egret Rookery of Shorebird Way. As every fourth grader in Mountain View knows, Shoreline at Mountain View is a special place. It provides critical habitats for a large number of endangered species, including some of the most iconic and threatened species of our region, including burrowing owls and black skimmers. The City of Mountain View and the school districts should work together and prioritize and safeguard programs that benefit these and other species, community protections from sea level rise and legacy environmental hazards, as well as the ongoing care and maintenance of Shoreline Regional Park. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Shani Kleinhaus.
Good evening, Chair, Mayor Hicks, and council members. My name is Shani Kleinhaus. I'm the environmental advocate for the Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. We have been working and advocating in Mountain View for over a decade. Please overcome the tensions between the city and the school districts. We're greatly concerned with the potential implications if you do not. These tensions can adversely affect both the environment and the community, young learners and their families included. We believe that the continuation of Mountain View Shoreline Regional Park community is critically important. The environmental programs that this community supports are essential. The bay is at our heart and its water is rising. Many wildlife species at Shoreline are cherished by the community and some of them are endangered. Would the community, especially children, be willing to let them be extirpated from our landscape or go extinct? We recognize that the Education Enhancement Reserve Joint Powers Agreement is important to help address the effects of added housing production on schools. But no less important is providing parks to residents, maintaining shoreline at Mountain View Regional Park, preserving and enhancing grasslands and wetlands, sustaining endangered species, protecting Mountain View from the environmental hazards of a closed landfill, and planning and adapting to sea level rise and more. So please find a way to work together. Earth Day is coming. Let's not be out of step. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Bruce England.
Thank you, Mayor. Bruce England, Wisman Station Drive. As many of you know, I manage a number of community groups, and so I hear from people coming from a variety of interest areas. And this agenda item is full of people's areas of concern and interest. And I want to echo what other people have said already, which is that it's going to be extremely important to not single issue this thing, and anybody who comes to the table and talks about it in terms of it being one issue, that's going to be noticed, I guarantee you, by members of the community. It's got to be broad. It has to be integrated, as Tim McKenzie said, and our children are learning from this process. You know, if we're going to talk about civics in our classes, then we need to demonstrate to our kids how these things are handled and not just simply fund the schools. We got to handle education properly in this way. I want to praise the staff members who did the presentations, Audrey Ramberg and John Marchant. Those were really good presentations. I was impressed, I must say. Thought they were very balanced and laid the cases out very well. In any case, with the negotiations and the committees, however this is handled, I urge everyone to come into it with good faith and try to get this done, as Alex Brown suggested. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Alex Nunez.
Hello, Mayor Hicks, members of the City Council. I'm speaking here tonight in my own personal capacity. I guess when I first heard of the Shoreline Fund, I think like most people in the community, my first question was, what in the world is that? But when I came to understand a lot more about, the benefits of the fund and, what we're able to get as a city from that, and also just, understanding, where the school board is coming from in terms of, why they need some of that benefit as well. I think suffice to say, as many speakers have noted, this is definitely, not just one issue, but an intertwined approach of, what do we value here, right? I personally value making sure that people can have a better lot in life, and for that you need housing and you need education. I'm glad to hear that there's a proposed joint meeting. I would love to hear what our state legislators have to say on this matter, because I feel that right now we're being left behind by the state and the funding that we would need to support our housing targets as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Robert Cox.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Okay. Mayor Hicks, Vice Mayor Showalter, and members of the City Council. Livable Mountain View strongly supports a continuing dialogue between the city and the school systems, leading to renewed collaborative agreements. Our school districts need the city's financial support. Our residents need to use our school parks during off-school hours and school breaks. The school district should not break trust with the residents of Mountain View and unilaterally cut off negotiations. Any plan to put portables all over our school parks is just not appropriate land use. The statements of the school board members tonight are a hopeful step in the right direction. Mountain View is becoming a more urban area. Our school districts need to understand that. Future plans for our schools need to include building up and not just building out. The city should assist the school districts by bringing in urban planners who can show them how to build up and put together a viable future plan for the school district's land use. As for the Shoreline area, the Google Master Plan Agreement covering much of the area will span a 30-year period. Ceding the entire tax basis to the area to the schools immediately would compromise the maintenance of the shoreline area and wildlife habitats and would cause irreparable harm to the city budget. The city budget serves the needs of all members of the community, including every child in every school in Mountain View. Thank you for listening to our views.
Thank you. Next, we have Louise Katz. Louise, are you there?
Hitting the wrong button. My apologies for wasting time. Yes, to Mayor and council members, Louise Katz, a multi-decade resident of Mountain View who sent her children to Mountain View schools. I wanted to agree and echo what Robert Cox said and Alex Nunez about the state not being part of our discussions. The whole issue that the district is trying to address of development is at the behest, is caused by the state mandates and the need for housing, and the state needs to be part of the discussion. Also, again, we need to remember this is not 1960. We cannot be trying to recreate the model of sprawling suburban schools with our limited funds, our limited land, and the limited amount of time that we have in which to plan for urban schools that in an urbanized city. And I hope that is what you bring to the meetings, which is experts on urban development and urban schools. We have massive teacher parking lots that can be put underground. Obviously, it costs huge amounts of money. The state has to be there for us. We cannot say that we're only going to address, quote unquote, the needs of the students when we then shut out the rest of the community. And the rest of the community are the ones who vote for the bonds. They're the ones who contribute massively to the school district. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Principal Vern Taylor.
Hi, my name is Vern Taylor. I'm the principal at Jose Antonio Vargas Elementary School. I want to speak to you all tonight about how impactful it would be to receive the full funding from Shoreline. As you know, the pandemic has had an unimaginable impact on Mountain View families. Currently, 37 of 360, or more than 10% of my students, do not reside in permanent housing. More so, many more families are barely making enough to survive. My students and families depend on our district's meal program to provide a well-balanced meal. Funding from Shoreline would help our district continue to support our families and students. Additionally, I would also like to highlight the benefit full funding would provide mental health services for our students. Currently, our district collaborates with CHAC to provide counseling service to our students. CHAC does a wonderful job supporting our students. Unfortunately, the need in my school, and I'm sure other Mountain View schools, is greater than what we can met with our current partnership. Full funding would allow our students to provide a more robust mental health support system, which would include critical components like counselors at every site and programs to reduce bullying and promote pro-social behaviors. I know all of you value our students and our schools. Because of that, I ask that you do everything you can to prioritize our schools and our students. An investment in our students is an investment in Mountain View. And again, thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next, we have Devin Conley.
Good evening, Mayor Hicks, Vice Mayor Showalter, and honorable council members.
My name is Devin Conley, and I am the Vice President of the Mountain View Wisman School Board and a 17-year resident of Mountain View. Before being elected to the school board in 2018, I served on Mountain View's Parks and Recreation Commission, and I have a deep respect for the work of city staff, as well as the importance of open space as a public biodiversity and recreational resource. The increase in housing planned across our city will impact not only our open spaces, transportation planning, and infrastructure, but also impact our schools. And while we could debate how many students are going to arrive, we know that we have to have somewhere to put them. I am looking forward to continuing a mutually beneficial process with the city. And I think that the proposed joint meeting is a fantastic way to start or restart negotiations and really come from a shared understanding regarding the needs of both the city and the school districts. Thank you for your time tonight. Thank you to staff for the presentation, and we look forward to continue working with you.
Thank you. Next, we have Gita Dev.
Good evening, Mayor Hicks and Vice Mayor Showalter and council members. My name is Gita Dev. I'm with the Sierra Club Loma Prieta chapter, and we have been following North Bay Shore for many, many years. It's a very special place. Mountain View was truly visionary in creating North Bay Shore that we have today, and it was visionary in creating the financing district that provides the funding for sea level rise, maintaining the landfill, the Shoreline Wildlife Refuge and Park, and the staff that sustain both of these, two incredible regional assets and all its infrastructure. Now it's moving into a new phase of including a complete neighborhood, including schools to support it. This requires forward and visionary thinking as we move forward into this new phase. As I said, it's truly a unique place, and we wish that other cities had the vision to create this kind of long-range plan for transformation. The structure has brought a lot of value to residents, and we believe it's really critical that the city and the school district think in a visionary way moving forward to resolve this issue, because this is a very special place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Annette Hertz.
Hi, my name is Annette Hertz. I'm a resident of Mountain View since 2007, and my family loves Shoreline Park, the wetlands, and our wildlife. I am so proud of my city for prioritizing biodiversity and protecting vulnerable species at Shoreline. Especially important to me was our investment in protecting the burrow owls. When I first learned about burrowing owls at Shoreline and applied in 2012, it was the first time I stood up in public and spoke to this very same city council. A few years later, I was happy to see the burrowing owl preserve in reality, and now recently I'm even prouder with the approval of the really visionary Shoreline Wildlife Management Plan that really sets apart our city from others in the Bay Area and beyond. Combining the needs of a thriving regional park and at the same time maintaining the landfill so it's not hazardous to the community, protecting us from sea level rise, and protecting endangered species, all this is complex and an intricate balancing act. Keeping these functions integrated is important to every Mountain View resident, young and old. This park is our asset. It is regionally important as well, and globally if we consider that some of the species at Shoreline are at risk of extinction. I am greatly concerned and ask my city and schools not to stop or divert the funding from the Shoreline community away from Shoreline and away from conservation of endangered species. Without these programs, Mountain View students face a very bleak future. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Jackie Cairns.
Good evening, everybody, and thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. My name is Jackie Kearns, and I'm the principal of Mariano Castro Elementary School. My school is pretty unique within Mountain View, with over 60% of my students identified as socioeconomically disadvantaged. They face housing instability and food insecurity, and we find ourselves really serving as an unofficial community school. At Castro, we not only provide quality education for our students, but we also provide other services to fulfill basic needs so their students can feel comfortable to learn. Some of my students only get 2 meals a day, the ones we provide for them. And just this year alone, we have provided clothing, blankets, eyeglasses, shoes, mental health services, job application assistance for parents, resources to families in need, parent education, and after-school childcare. And when I think about how much money is being diverted from my kids, and when I think of how much more we could be doing to help our families, it breaks my heart. These are not just my students, they're yours too. And as the leaders of the city, you have the responsibility to care for, protect, and ensure that all of our children can be successful. Providing Mountain View Westman School District with a full allotment will greatly help us achieve that. Please do the right thing and help us get our students and families the support they need. Thank you and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you. Next, we have Cindy Nguyen.
Hi, my name is Cindy Nguyen. I'm the principal of Bub Elementary School. Thank you for allowing me the space to talk about the impact that additional funds could have on students and teachers. So first, I want to start by saying that Mountain View Westman School District teachers and staff are amazing. Teaching has always been a tough job that has become significantly more challenging and multifaceted coming out of the pandemic. In addition to all that teachers have always done, now they're also needing to mitigate unfinished learning. They have an increased need for supporting social emotional learning. Students are in need of more time and support in learning how to be in a group and learn as a collective unit, how to collaborate, how to have empathy for others. We're also seeing more challenging behaviors in our classrooms because of the impact the pandemic has had on our students. We are asking the classroom teacher of 25, 30, 35 students to be not only the primary teacher, but also the intervention teacher, the one-to-one instructional assistant, the behavior technician, and the mental health counselor. Teachers are amazing and they do what is needed, but it is at the cost of their own well-being and mental health. As you know, teachers are leaving the profession and job stress for teachers in the US has increased exponentially in the last few years. Additional funds could lower class sizes, hire additional staff such as instructional assistants, mental health therapists, and counselors. Our students would get the support they need and deserve. We would be able to retain our amazing and talented teachers. If we have the financial means to do better for kids and the teachers and staff who grow them, then how can we in good conscience deny them of this? Thanks for allowing me this space.
Thank you. Next, we have Rebecca Westover.
Good evening. My name is Rebecca Westover, and I'm the Chief Business Official for MVWSD. Thank you for taking the time to discuss how the funds from Shoreline are allocated. I know that the city has many issues that it's balancing, but this topic is particularly important because it impacts every child in the city. The children in Mountain View have benefited from the collaboration between the school district and the city for crossing guards, staff housing, and school resource officers, to name a few. We have a long history of partnering to support our children. I've greatly appreciated the collaboration with Audrey Ramberg and John Marchand over the years and know that we will have many projects that we will continue to collaborate on together. The district is very appreciative of the pass-through of 38% that would typically come to the district. Our most recent agreement is set to expire, offered 100% of new residential growth to the district. It's important for council to know that our operational budget is driven by approximately 50% residential and 50% commercial, unlike some of our neighboring districts that receive the majority of their funding from residential. Mountain View children are at a disadvantage in comparison to neighboring school districts. The amount we have to spend per pupil is less than Sunnyvale, Palo Alto, and Los Altos. If we were to receive our tax increment, we could reduce class size at the elementary and middle school, provide an additional adult in every classroom to the primary grades, and have dedicated counselors at every site, much like our surrounding districts are able to do, but we are not. This agreement impacts every child in the city, and we need your help and support to meet the needs of our students. And I look forward to our continued collaboration. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have April Webster.
Hello again, Mayor Hicks and council members. My mother was a teacher, and the reason I value education so highly, particularly as a woman. However, it is definitely not the only thing I care about. I'm worried about how this situation could jeopardize the city's efforts to address affordable housing, active transportation infrastructure, mitigating climate change, sea level rise, and biodiversity as highlighted by Shani and others. Our ability to continue along the current trajectory of addressing those urgent needs is contingent on our city's fiscal health. Please, please, please do not do anything hasty. I implore you to consider the myriad of needs of the larger community, not just those of a smaller few. As Alex Brown said, we need balance, and as Bruce communicated, our considerations should be broad. I also want to say that I really feel strongly that equitable access to the outdoors, including urban parks, is incredibly important, to the point that I spend a good chunk of my time working with a national nonprofit to provide free and low-cost outdoor education for girls and women. I want to make the point that not everyone in our community has the means to access more distant outdoor spaces, which are, for the most part, only accessible by car. The outdoors promotes good mental health, which many suggested is important, and it should be free and easily accessible. Please, continue to make our parks important. They are special places. Please do not defund them. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Edie Keating.
Hello. This agenda item has given me many things to think about. One of them is how dependent I am on the council and the staff, and of hearing all these interdependencies on their counterparts in the school district. And I appreciate the staff report. I want to read it through several more times, and then I know I will still have questions. So it's important. I have to trust all of you to understand many of these things that I'll probably never understand fully. Over time, I've come to read many staff reports and to notice their language, and I don't usually hear words like impact, impasse, severe consequences, needing common facts. I also don't usually hear 45 million in unfunded costs this year for if certain actions were taken. What a dramatic thing to hear. Here I am with my heart moved by the comments of all the school district and employee speakers. The school community is not the whole community. The whole thing, where would you fill those 45 million costs that the city would suddenly have? Safe parking programs, homeless services, it all matters. Get this right, and I am going to have to trust you to all get it right. Thank you.
Thank you. And I think lastly we have Jerry Steach.
Oh, good evening. Am I unmuted and audible?
You are unmuted. We can hear you.
Good, great. Good evening once again, ladies and gentlemen. Much of what I intended to say has already been covered, so I'll attempt to be somewhat original here. My concerns are about the use of parks on school sites, which has served the city well for decades, and I'm a multi-decade resident of Mountain View, so I've observed this firsthand. I'd like to strongly advocate that the city and the school districts continue with the dialogue targeted at agreements which foster sustained cooperation that these two bodies presently enjoy. That essential level of cooperation will go a long way toward the long-term planning and development of schools and their sites that ensure our fast-growing and increasingly urbanized cities' needs are properly addressed. So let's make that a priority. And thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. And I was wrong. We have one more speaker. Oh, nope, that speaker disappeared. So this is the last call for virtual speakers. Seeing none, We will move on. I've just been given a note that the council needs to vote to continue on moving after 10 a.m. 10 a.m., I hope not. Oh my gosh. 10 p.m. All those in favor? Yeah, I need a motion. Okay, I see a motion by Councilmember Ramirez and a second by Councilmember Ramos. We can now vote.
Oh.
Okay. We can stay after 10 p.m. Okay, so now that we've finished public commentary, we move on to the portion of the program where the council is able to ask questions. Do any council members have questions? Councilmember Showalter, or Vice Mayor.
Thank you. Well, I know you won't be surprised that a number of my questions have to do with sea level rise. As the resident water geek on the council here. I would like to ask first, what is the area expected to flood if we don't build the sea level rise protection projects? Do we have a map available this evening? Ms. Cameron?
We do. Public Works Director Cameron will speak to the item, and I will put the map on the screen.
Thank you so much.
Okay. So good evening, Dawn Cameron, Public Works Director. So yes, you have a map on the screen that shows the year 2070 sea level rise inundation map. All areas in blue on the map are already in a FEMA flood hazard area and are very susceptible to lower levels of sea level rise. This includes areas south of 101 along Permanente Creek and Stevens Creek, as well as north of Middlefield Road, including portions of Crittenden Middle School. With the high sea level rise estimates, more areas are prone to flooding with potentially worsening conditions for the areas south of 101. So basically, again, the area shown in blue is already prone to flooding. The areas shown in orange will be added as we have more sea level rise, in the areas in purple as we hit what's expected to be the high level of sea level rise, while those areas in blue will just get deeper and deeper water because they were already prone to flooding. Another piece about this is even though these are year 2070 projections, what's important to note is sea level rise is escalating on us. Just a little over 10 years ago, it was estimated that sea level rise would only be 8 inches to 31 inches. And 2 years ago, that was updated to say that we expect it to be 23 inches to 42 inches. So it basically, on the low side, tripled, and on the high side, almost doubled. And it's continuous, it's escalating. So even though these are the flood zones in 2070, a lot of these areas will potentially experience flooding much earlier than that due to sea level rise.
Okay, and this is what you call the no project scenario, right?
That is correct.
And Mountain View has developed a project, which is, I think, really 14 projects, a plan. We have a plan for sea level rise. And we are actively working on those projects to protect this area so that this inundation wouldn't be expected to occur. So what's the schedule generally for completing projects that will really provide us with, begin to provide us with some protection? And then, what's the schedule for completing the program?
So for our sea level rise capital improvement program, we've identified $122 million worth of projects in year of construction, of which we have funded 17 million of those projects. We've divided the projects into 5-year, 10-year, and 20-year projects. So our goal is to see if we can complete these projects in the next 20 years to, again, protect this area from sea level rise as it progresses.
Thank you, and that's really important because, 20 years is also kind of the time frame we think of in terms of the development of the housing, and the housing is what brings the students, which is what brings the needs for the schools. So we need to do this sea level rise. It looks like we need to do this sea level rise really right away. But in terms of public works projects, because they aren't fast. And the other thing I wanted to ask you is about the funding. I know that we have, the Shoreline Community Fund is one form of funding, of course, and a very, very important one. But I know it's also not the only one. Can you talk a little bit about the other sources of funding we are pursuing?
So we do look to pursue regional and state funding wherever possible. One of the items that we do face, and in fact, I'll just point out one of our sea level rise protection projects, the Salt Bay Pond restorations, is receiving state funding and support through the California Coastal Commission, Conservancy, excuse me. However, one of the things that we all need to be aware of is, and this is from Bay Adapt Plan, they noted that the San Francisco Bay Area is expected to be one of the most significantly impacted regions from sea level rise in North America. So while we continue to work with regional partners and neighboring cities and explore grant opportunities, there is clearly not enough external funding to meet all the jurisdiction needs. Frankly, our neighboring cities have needs just as high as ours and are looking for funding solutions. So what we do find is as we look to pursue grants, the external funding sources are highly competitive. They tend to focus on specific elements or geographical areas, so we may not be competitive for some of the funding that comes out. We will be limited frequently on the number and scope of projects to be received support because they're trying to spread out money to many different jurisdictions. And definitely we have to provide cost sharing in order to compete successfully for the grants. So one of the things we do look at as staff is with the uncertainty on the availability and timing of the limited external funding, we really realize the city needs to be prepared to fund improvements and to protect our community from sea level rise.
Thank you very much.
So Vice Mayor, that's the last question. Okay, Councilmember Maddox.
Well, on the topic of funding, I get a lot of questions from residents who say, why can't developers pay for all the infrastructure and everything else that's needed in North Bay Shore? The developers developing in North Bay Shore, that is.
Thank you again, Councilmember Matichak, for the question. So the city does require developers to pay impact fees. Some of them are geared towards transportation improvements, some geared towards utility improvements such as water and wastewater needs. And in order to charge impact fees, the city must conduct what's called a nexus study. So one of the things to recognize about nexus studies is, and this is limited by state law, the amount that developers can be required to pay is limited by the nexus study that establishes a reasonable relationship between new development and the needs and costs of the planned improvements. Per state law, new development can only be required to pay for the share of the improvements that their development will need to use. They cannot be required to pay for improvements that address existing problems, such as existing traffic congestion, or beyond their fair share for improvements that benefit other users. So for this reason, we've needed to come up with a multi-sources of funding in order to finish supporting the development of the Shoreline community. So developers are expected to pay using the impact fees for mitigating their transportation impacts and for helping with improving and increasing the utilities in the area. However, the needs for building a new city and the infrastructure involved goes beyond what developments what we can require the developers pay for in order to really develop the comprehensive transportation network up there, achieve our active transportation improvements. So we do look towards other sources of funding, including the Shoreline Fund, to complete the infrastructure needed in North Bay Shore.
Thank you. I think earlier we heard that Shoreline is a special district and not an RDA, a redevelopment agency. And I know there was some information about this in the staff report, but I think it'd be useful to just reiterate, if staff could, what the difference is between a special district and an RDA. How's the money spent? How are they formed? How long do they usually last? Not sure who can answer that.
So just want to make sure that I'm understanding the question. Sorry, Jennifer Logue, City Attorney. You just want to understand the difference between the Shoreline Regional Park community and a redevelopment agency? Is that the question primarily?
Well, I think I know that, but
okay,
we've had a lot of people ask that question.
Yeah. Okay, so the Shoreline community exists under its own uncodified statute, which is separate and apart from the redevelopment law, which created the former redevelopment agencies. So the Shoreline community definitely is not a redevelopment agency, even though it sort of feels like one or is similar to one. It is not one and was not affected by the laws that dissolved the redevelopment agencies. But some of the key differences between the Shoreline community and the redevelopment agencies that were created under that former law are that the Shoreline community is not required to set aside 20% of its increment for affordable housing, as redevelopment agencies were required to do. There are no statutory pass-through obligations, as there were for redevelopment agencies. And the purpose of the Shoreline community, which includes the permanent obligation to maintain and operate the regional park and other public facilities, is also broader than what was required for redevelopment agencies. So because it was created by its own uncodified statutes, and there are many differences between the two, that this is simply just a standalone special district and not a redevelopment agency, even though it appears to be similar in a lot of ways.
Thank you. Let's see. We did have a council question about enrollment at the school districts, and it looked like the enrollment figures were not necessarily tracking population growth in the city. Is that the latest and greatest chart that shows basically population increasing, but the enrollment? Maybe you could bring up that. Is that a slide that could be brought up?
Yes, I can do that.
Thank you. And I guess when we see that, do we have any information on what is driving the trend in school enrollment?
Oh, goodness. So to your first question, this is a slide that staff put together with information about enrollment that was available on the Mountain View Wisman School District website. And then it shows the enrollment is the orangish bar, or sorry, rather line, going back to 2012, 2013, showing relatively stable and moderately increasing enrollment as population growth, which are the blue bars, increased more significantly over that same time frame. And then it shows from 2019 to 2020, population continued to increase, but enrollment dropped. And that was, we haven't had a conversation with the district to understand the drivers of that from their perspective, and whether there are more recent or different numbers that they would provide for us, because this gets us up to 2022, 23. And in terms of the drivers of enrollment, I think that really would be a great discussion to have as part of the joint meeting with the school districts. We certainly provide information and have input around what is projected, or what housing projects have been approved and where they are in the pipeline, what housing type they are in terms of what income level they serve, and what the configuration is in terms of the size of the units. And those are things that that certainly can be used by demographers to make projections on enrollment growth going forward. And I imagine those same things can be looked at to analyze whether enrollment grew, or to the degree to which it grew as housing grew and as populations grew. One of the things just from this data that we have here is that, and also some data on housing that council members asked for in the council Q&A, is that housing growth grew over this same period of time around 14%. Population grew a little over 10%, and the student enrollment declined 10% over that same time frame.
Thank you. I think that's all the questions I have for right now.
Councilmember Avakoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I wanted to go back to the Nexus study on impact fees. When the study took place, were the fees that were determined maximum, minimum, somewhere in between? I know that the studies usually give us a range. Could you tell us what we landed on?
So you are correct. The Nexus study tells you what your maximum permissible amount it legally can be. And I do not have the exact numbers in front of me, but what I do recall is at the time council did decide not to charge the maximum allowable fee for the various uses. And this was done for the original precise plan that did not include the housing development. It was more focused on the office and other uses. So at the time the council did not select the maximum allowable fee, a somewhat reduced amount on the transportation side. When precise plan number 2, the update came along that added the up to 9,800 housing units, council did decide at that time not to redo the Nexus study and start charging these impact fees for transportation and utility services on the new housing coming in, because of the goal to keep the housing as financially feasible as possible, and wanting to rely more on the office development impact fees to fund the infrastructure needs for North Bay Shore.
And that Nexus study was conducted in 2012?
No, it would have been conducted more in the later 2015, 2016 timeframe.
So it's been 7 years.
It has been 7 years, and the fees do escalate each year.
Oh, based on like a CPI or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then looking at the development phase time horizons, I noticed that the transportation improvements are expected to happen before the North Bay Shore Master Plan is completed. And could you explain what that timing is based on?
Yes, thank you for the question. When we went to update the North Bay Shore Circulation Study, which was updating and building on the priority transportation improvements that were identified as part of the North Bay Shore Precise Plan, for that set of improvements as well, there was a recommended set of improvements in 5 years, 10 years, and 20 years. And that's what we've been focused on. And there is several priority transportation improvements that are already in design, getting ready to go for construction. We're really focused over the next few years of finishing and delivering those, including some fairly large-scale projects. However, some of the projects that will really help on the active transportation side, it does involve some major interchange project work at Ringstorf and San Antonio that will be very expensive, involve working with Caltrans, which takes a very long time. So some of those projects we are assuming could take 15 to 20 years to deliver. Ideally, we would stay ahead somewhat of adding and occupying the new office spaces. So while the master plan may be showing a 30-year period, if we can continue with the track of finishing the priority transportation improvements in 25 years, that will put us in a position to have the infrastructure in place. So that's a key part of this.
So I guess I'm trying to get at the fact that this all happened before COVID, and now we are in a new environment, frankly. Although the traffic patterns are fascinating to me. I don't really quite understand them, but there is this work from home aspect, and it does seem to at least maybe cover 20% of commutes now have been supposedly eliminated. And I realize part of it is that transit hasn't completely come back yet either. But in light of these changes, and we've also been told by, frankly, Google that they're rethinking what their future plans are. Are we building in that potential of changes? That perhaps office will not be fully built out. Like, what are we doing? What are the projects that need to be done just because they need to be done in current conditions versus projects that are tied to this potential full development of the master plan? And do we have it parsed out that way, or have we thought about doing that yet?
So let me just find my project list. I will note that the projects that we're currently working on to deliver are definitely to meet current needs that even with post-pandemic traffic changes are still needed. And many of them are focused on building out an active transportation network and an internal circulation system for North Bay Shore itself. So the current projects that we're working on, the US 101 at Shoreline Boulevard off-ramp realignment, is, when I look at these, it's probably the only one that is primarily focused on vehicle use and dealing with the fact that we do still have a major problem at 101 and 85. And as I'm sure you've heard at MTC, freeway traffic has returned to pre-pandemic levels. The local traffic has not returned to pre-pandemic levels. Everybody's waiting to see if that's just a matter of time, because as people start to avoid the freeways, they start using our local roads some more, and waiting to see if that starts to occur. And as you said, transit has not yet rebounded, and that is leading to more car trips as well. But some of our key projects are like the Charleston Transit Boulevard phases 2 and 3. That primary purpose of that project is to create a more permanent transit-only lanes, as well as two-way cycle tracks, finished building out the bike and ped network for Charleston. We have the bike ped bridge over 101 at Shoreline, again, geared towards, moving us away from cars into bike and ped work. Bus lane enhancements, Stevens Creek Trail connections, additional protected bikeways. A lot of these, especially the later ones, are really focused on cycle tracks, having to widen bridges in order to handle the cycle tracks. So a lot of these improvements would still be necessary if we really want to make North Bayshore car light and provide a well-developed bike and ped circulation system.
And the costs, are we assuming that we would fully fund it somehow on our own, or are we considering like grant funds? For instance, I know, MTC, we're looking at transit priority lanes. That's an area that we're like, so, and I know it's hard to determine, but
Right.
Are we looking at some kind of formula or something that would indicate we're not going to be trying to pay this all on our own, or are we really planning to try to fund it on our own?
Most of this we're looking at funding on our own using, again, the combination of impact fees, community and public benefits, as well as Shoreline Fund. It doesn't mean that we don't apply for grants whenever we see an opportunity. For instance, we applied for an OBAG 3 grant for the Charleston Transit Corridor. Unfortunately, it was not selected. We will continue to keep our eyes open for various regional and state and even federal grant opportunities as we look to build out the bike and ped infrastructure in North Bayshore.
Thank you. It's changing subject areas. I think it's probably to Ms. Ramberg. When we talk about the short-term agreement, how did we arrive at the 10% lump sum amount?
The one-time additional payment?
Yes.
It was a proposal that the city put forward. And it also, when we looked at the anticipated growth rate in North Bayshore, it got us up to around 6 million, which was a number that we had heard at one point as being of interest to Mountain View Isman.
Okay, so it was based on some analysis of what we expect the growth to be, and
right, and what that would give us in terms of a total payment.
Okay, great. I think that's it for now. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions that are follow-ups from previous questions. So, Don, this one might be for you. Did a financial feasibility analysis accompany the Nexus study that was done for commercial development?
I'm sorry, this did predate me, and I do not know the answer to that question. I don't know if our Assistant City Manager, Community Services Director would know the answer to this. Financial feasibility study accompanied was done for the precise plan, right?
Thank you for that question, Councilmember Arti Shrivastava, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director. If you're asking about the 2014 precise plan when the Nexus study was established, I can confirm this, but I have, in discussions with staff, I wasn't here at the time, but heard that, yes, they did do a Nexus study, and that they did look at financial feasibility in determining some things, such as to what extent impact fees could be charged, because it had to be a delicate balance between making sure development did happen and that they paid. So I believe that was done. And then similarly for the residential, for BMR, requirements. A financial feasibility study was done, and the requirements were developed accordingly.
Okay, I think that the intent of the question is that the number that was selected wasn't arbitrarily determined, right? It was based on some
It was
additional
based on
study.
balancing financial feasibility with development paying its fair share.
Okay, and it might be helpful for staff to provide that analysis to us.
We can go back and look at that.
Okay, great, thank you. And then also for Don, the projects that you were describing are they all mitigations identified in the EIR, or are there discretionary projects that we could elect not to pursue for whatever reason?
In terms of the priority transportation improvements, we would have to go back and research which of them were considered formal mitigations under the EIR. What I do know is these were identified as part of, building the transportation infrastructure necessary to support the precise plan. So we would have to go back and confirm which of these were identified formally as mitigation measures under the EIR.
Is it fair to say that we have generally less discretion over projects that are formally designated as mitigations?
It is fair to say that, yes, we'd have to go back to the CEQA document and re-examine things if a mitigation is decided not to pursue a mitigation measure. But the EIR also included statements of overriding considerations for most of the traffic-related impacts, which is why, and as part of doing that, making a major commitment to the bicycle, pedestrian, and transit improvements in lieu of mitigating for the significant traffic impacts.
Even for a statement of overriding considerations, don't we still have to mitigate to the greatest extent feasible?
That's always been my understanding, which is why even when you adopt a statement of overriding considerations, still identify what other steps would be taken to mitigate, as you're saying, in another way or to the greatest extent feasible. And again, that's how the North Bay Shore Precise Plan EIR handled the statement of overriding considerations, is committing to a lot of these other types of improvements.
Okay, it may also be helpful to the extent that it's fair to categorize projects as discretionary as opposed to non-discretionary. That might be useful information for us as we continue the negotiations. I have a different set of questions now. I appreciated the analysis of the projected property tax growth in the staff responses to council questions submitted in advance of the meeting. But I think it might be one component that might be helpful to understand is for much of this development, the Cy West project at 1500 North Shoreline and the Google North Bay Shore Master Plan, in order for that redevelopment to occur, a substantial amount of commercial square footage actually comes off the property tax rolls, right? We're demolishing some amount of commercial square footage, which is retained entirely within the Shoreline community, and replacing it with residential, where the school districts would benefit from 100% of the property tax rate allocation under Prop 13. Is that something that is quantified? Do you happen to have that information now, or is that something that we might need to revisit?
Thank you, Councilmember Ramirez. That is an issue that we are aware of and that we are building into the analysis of the forecast, that as land is categorized as residential, that it is treated differently in terms of the way that it is it shapes the payment to the school districts. But I don't have that information currently.
Okay. No worries, and not just the residential, but some commercial square footage might become a park, or some commercial square footage might become land dedicated for affordable housing. And so it
Yes.
has not just an impact on the school districts, but also our own property tax collection, right?
Yes.
Okay, that would be helpful to understand as well. There isn't a formal nexus study for the use of shoreline community funds, but there still has to be some nexus between the use of the funds and the rationale for the creation of the shoreline community in the first place, right?
Could you repeat the question?
So there isn't a formal like mitigation fee act nexus study that's done for the shoreline community, but there still has to be some nexus between the shoreline community and the proposed use of funding from the property tax revenue generated from the community, right?
Yes, so use of the tax increment, you're saying?
Right.
Yes. And it's more than just a nexus, it's actually governed by the act and the plan on how that money can be used.
How prescriptive is, so one of the reasons why I ask is in the public comment, we heard a number of proposed uses if we were to provide more tax increment to the school districts, but a lot of those things may not actually be legally defensible expenditures, right? Because they don't have a nexus to the shoreline community.
That is correct. So it's difficult to answer the question on how prescriptive it is. One of the, so I'm sorry, I'm just going to turn to my notes quickly. The funds have to be used. So there's like a three-step process that you have to go through in order to determine whether or not you are using the tax increment appropriately. One, is it authorized under the act? Two, does the expenditure implement the plan that is adopted pursuant to the act? And then does the expenditure result in a payment of principal and interest on loans, monies advanced to or indebtedness incurred by the shoreline community? It's that third line that requires more analysis. And so it is very difficult to right now line item what can and cannot be used. So it is prescriptive, and it is possible that some of the ideas that were put out this evening would not be permissible. But it would require us to do sort of an analysis on a case-by-case basis as each idea was presented to the city.
Okay, so are you saying that a case-by-case analysis would have to be done for any proposed expenditure, or is there something kind of like a nexus study that we could refer to, so we have general guardrails, and if we're allocating additional tax increment to the school districts, they know that they can use it for these items, but not for other things that don't have that nexus to the shoreline community?
I'm not prepared to answer that question tonight. I know that we have outside counsel that could potentially answer that. I'm not sure if a nexus study type analysis would be enough. Is Chris available? Chris, are you there?
Yes, good evening. Hi, this is Chris Lynch from Jones Hall.
Thanks. Did you hear the question presented by Councilmember Ramirez with regard to use of the tax increment?
I did hear the question. I don't believe there's a formal nexus study required, but the city attorney did a good job describing how the process works. First of all, you have the act. The act prescribes specific powers and purposes of the shoreline community, and then its ability to use the increment is driven by the North Bay Shore Plan and what it says increment can be used for. So it's not a nexus study, but there are specific guidelines as to how the money can be spent.
Okay, that would be helpful to better understand too as we continue. That's a good question. So that would apply also to the school district expenditure of tax increment, right? That's also governed by these guardrails.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay, that's a helpful clarification. Thank you. I have a question probably for John. This is switching over to the joint use agreement now. So thank you. So I welcome back, John. What are the maximum fees permitted under the Civic Center Act? Do we know?
Actually, John, do you want me to take that question for you?
That'd be great. Thank you.
Yeah, so the Civic Center Act separates into basically two categories of entities that could be where you can impose fees against them. You have the community and sort of nonprofit uses, and then you have the for-profit uses of the grounds and the facilities, schools, grounds, and facilities. When you're talking about nonprofit and community uses, the maximum fees that could be collected are the direct costs of, and there is a formula in the Civic Center Act on how you could calculate the direct costs, but you cannot exceed that. So you cannot earn a profit on it. It's only what it costs you to maintain the facility, to make it available, and it's even proportional to the amount of time that nonprofit entity is using the facility. So it's not even just you can collect the direct cost from one nonprofit, it's proportional to the amount of time. So if they're using it for 1 hour, the cost of maintenance of the facility, you have to charge them proportion, based on their use. So that is very strict. With regard to for-profit entities that might be using the facilities, and the Act says that if you are going to charge a fee for the use, or you're going to charge a fee to come to the community event for which the facility is being used, or if you are going to collect donations and those are not going to be used for nonprofit uses or community uses, then you can charge fair market rental value. And again, that is defined within the Act exactly what that means. So for the for-profit, you could do more. You could charge more. But for the nonprofits, it's direct cost only. And then, yeah, like I said, within the Act, there are specific calculations, specific ways in which you could calculate. But it is important to note that for the nonprofit and community uses, you actually don't have to charge a fee at all. The Act says may. And so you could charge less, or the school district could charge no fee at all for the nonprofits' uses.
That's helpful, thank you. So there are, in the staff responses to council questions, there's a range of fees that we're charging now. And I'm curious to know, if we were to just charge the maximum, which of these, any of these fees reflect what that might look like? Or it would be well beyond even these numbers?
I don't think we're anywhere near charging the maximum. Nowhere near that. It's hard to know, because you have to do a calculus of maintenance and all of the things that go into maintaining the property and making it available for use by members of the public. And then you'd have to work backwards mathematically, right, to figure out what those fees would be on an hourly basis or whatever, proportional to the use. But I don't think the fees that we're charging are anywhere near the maximum.
So even for the highest fee presented here is $121 per hour for non-resident use, and that's for synthetic fields with lights. So that's a pretty high fee to me. But what you're suggesting is if we were to charge the maximum permitted, it would be even higher than $121 per hour.
It's probably a good time for John to jump in here, but my understanding is yes.
So, Councilmember Ramirez, the maximum calculated according to Civic Center Act, that is basically related to school districts looking at what their direct costs are. We have not gone through that direct exercise. Once you get to that larger number, we're still probably maybe low than maximum, but we're getting closer than that $2, obviously.
Do you have a rough estimate of the deficit we're operating under?
I do not have those numbers in front of me, I'm sorry, but we can certainly put those together.
Yeah, that would be helpful information. And I guess my last question, John, is are you familiar with paid sick leave? Because you're allowed to take that. That's all. Thank you.
Okay, seeing no current council questions, I'm going to ask a few of my own. The first is, I think one of the shared concerns of the school district and the city is housing. Several of the school principal speakers tonight talked about some of the housing difficulties of students that they serve being overcrowded or homeless. I also heard that at the last school district meeting I attended. And this, of course, is a primary concern of the cities as well, creating housing and affordable housing. So in that regard, and we're working very hard on that right now because this is the year that we work on our housing element. In that regard, I'm wondering, and RT, I think this is a question for you. How much housing are we estimating we would be putting in this housing element round in the North Bay Shore area, and how much affordable housing there as well?
Thank you for that question, Mayor. RT Shrivastava, Assistant City Manager, Community Development Director. I'm going to have to go back and check the exact numbers as they relate to North Bay Shore. Overall, overall, though, the city is looking at a mandate of over 11,000 units for this 8-year period from 2023 to 2031. And a good part of it is going to come from projects that are getting built, sites that have been identified, and some key projects that we are hoping that will get built in the North Bay Shore. That includes the North Bay Shore Master Plan, the proposed preliminary application by SciWest, one of them. Give me a few minutes. I'm going to go back and see if I can find the numbers. But in terms of just those two projects by themselves, will provide over 9,000 units, of which the target is somewhere between, I think, 15 to 20% being affordable. But the share that we're going to assume for the 8-year period, I will have to come back to you for, but I believe it's somewhere in we've made some very conservative assumptions. It's probably less than a quarter of that. You know,
actually, you may be phrasing the answer better than my question was phrased. Because what I'm really trying to get at is that the North Bay Shore area is one of the primary areas that we hope to develop housing, and that it's something that the community has been working on and envisioning for quite some time. And if you could estimate the number of affordable units are in the hundreds, but I don't know exactly how many.
They are definitely in the hundreds. We expect to be able to develop at least 3 sites that Google is proposing to provide in the first phase in terms of housing. So I believe it's somewhere in the 500 unit range if you include all the sites, but I'm going to have to confirm that in terms of affordable housing alone.
And the reason I bring the question up is that we've been talking a lot about the shoreline area as a place with a wildlife refuge and a dump that needs to be maintained, and the need for sea level rise. But it's also one of the primary places that the community has envisioned and planned housing and affordable housing. So I guess for me, that's just a reason to tread very carefully and make sure that we can actually produce that, because the problems we're talking about some of the primary problems that I heard people talk about at their schools was underhoused kids or vulnerably housed kids. And that's something that the city takes care of. So I don't know if you have any estimate of what the danger to those projects would be if we drastically cut the fund.
We are, in conjunction with Assistant City Manager Hamburg, we are working on the plan, the overall area plan, and yes, funding for housing is one of the key needs in order to make sure that we can go ahead and build affordable housing. The reason is that land dedication is what developers are providing in terms of their share of BMR, which means that the city has to put RFPs out so developers can put together funding. But some of that will be the city's share, and the city has routinely put approximately somewhere between 12% to 15% of the funding. We've provided it for units, and we will rely on the Shoreline Fund to help with that, because that's how we can deliver units, affordable units, to this area.
I also know that some members of our community, lower income members of our community in particular, the folks involved with the Solidarity Fund, are wanting community controlled housing. And that there's also the possibility that could be located in the North Bay Shore area. Some people have said, I know there are multiple locations where it could be, but that's one of the possibilities, and that's another thing that I would not want to, in these negotiations, endanger.
Yeah, we are relying on the Shoreline to help with not just the housing element, but also to help deliver the housing, because we will get sites from developers, but we need to implement that and deliver housing.
And another form of interim housing that I fear might be in danger is our safe parking lots. I don't know if that's your particular specialty.
Not my particular area of expertise, and Assistant City Manager Ramberg can jump in, but we do know that lots out at Shoreline have served as safe parking sites, and we continue to look at them to provide some of that for the RVs that need parking areas.
And does that funding come from Shoreline funds or from elsewhere? I actually don't know.
Thank you for the question, Mayor Hicks. Currently, the safe parking funding does not come from the Shoreline community. There are general funds as well as a limited number of housing funds, and as that has turned into more of an ongoing expenditure, I think that will be an open question and part of the homelessness study and funding strategy to really look at what is a sustainable way to fund that program going forward.
So it's not now, it may be in the future, but we don't know.
Correct.
Okay. And then another thing that when I think of the Shoreline area, I think of it was, before the city created it, the city was in the red, and it was this was before any of us were around. It was in the 60s and 70s. The city was in the red, and it was part of the city's plan to kind of put us on the map and attract businesses that would keep the city viable. I feel that that's still one of the roles of the Shoreline community. If the funding for infrastructure suddenly dropped, what would be the impact on our economic vitality strategy? Do you have any answer to that, or does any staff know?
We can say, based on the presentation, I think it's pretty clear that Shoreline is envisioned as a complete community. And one of the things that have been very vital to attracting businesses, and we've heard this from a lot of our businesses, the transportation funding and the improvements are very critical to them. because they rely on, that's how their workers get to work. I don't know if Public Works Director Cameron has any more to add, but in terms of economic vitality, businesses routinely cite transportation and housing as the two key things that they're looking for. Housing for the employees, transportation options. So we see those two things as being very key to keeping that place economically viable.
Are there other council questions? Oh, maybe we have another answer? No. Okay, do any other council members have questions? If not, we go on to the next portion of the agenda tonight. We'll now have each council member provide feedback on the first three questions in our agenda. I don't know, there they are. Yeah, we're going to do the first three questions first and then take question number 4 separately. So the first three are, you can read them yourself, but they're: does council support the short-term successor ERJPA as described in the memo and want to direct staff to continue to work with the district on it? Does council support staff's proposed negotiation process for the long-term successor ERJPA? And what information or data would council find helpful to support the ERJPA negotiation process? Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. So first, I appreciate the members of the community, including representatives of the school district, for sharing thoughts tonight, and also to staff for the very extensive staff report and the responses to the council questions. My responses are pretty brief. I think the recommendations are very well thought out. So for question 1, yes, I support the short-term successor EERJPA and would like to continue working with the school districts to find agreement. For question 2, yes, I support the negotiation process supported by staff. And for question 3, I sort of hinted at the kinds of information I'd like to see in the questions I asked earlier. I'm happy to repeat some of them. If you captured them, then I'm done. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yes, I agree on question 1. I certainly support the short-term successor EERJPA, and really, I hope we can get an agreement as quickly as possible. I think that's in everyone's best interest. I support the staff's proposed negotiation process for the long-term successor EERJPA, and the kinds of information and data that I think would be particularly important, in addition to what Councilmember Ramirez was talking about, I would really like to understand better what is the pot of money we expect to have to divide, maybe 10 years from now, 20 years from now, 30 years from now. What is it we're talking about? I think it's quite a bit of money. I'm an optimist, and I really think that there's enough to meet our needs, but not all at the same time. And then the other thing I am very interested in seeing is the various projections of how much money are needed for the tasks that need to be accomplished. One, for instance, the sea level rise construction projects. Different projects require different amounts of money, and then there will be some money that is needed forever to maintain the facilities, but it won't be, nearly as much as what was needed during the construction cycle. And again, I'm very interested in how much it costs to build a school and what kind of lead time is needed for that. We have identified the land, and I'm really proud of that because land is very expensive here. And so to me, that is that's a tremendous amenity for our community. We hear all the time how people really don't want to leave Mountain View. Not one reason is because it's their home, but the other two reasons we hear touted again and again is because we're a relatively safe community and we have good schools and we also have lots of jobs. And I think that we, as leaders of the community, we need to be really, be very thoughtful about all of those things and do what we can to protect all of them. So, the amounts of money and when they will be needed, and also how big is the pot at various times. Those are generally things that I'm really interested in learning about. And also, specifically the time frame of the development of the housing, because I do feel like the development of the housing is generally what will generate the school children out there that need a school. So that isn't going to happen overnight, and it depends a lot on what is built. But I think we could get some reasonable ranges together that we could have good conversations with. So I look forward to working on this and getting it resolved. And then the other thing, the JUA. I live just a block and a half from a city park. And one of the happiest things that happened the day I moved into that house in 1984 was I got my 6-month-old daughter into the stroller and I started walking around the neighborhood. And I walked a block and there was this gorgeous park. I couldn't believe it. It was, it was just great. I hadn't realized it was there. But since then, I've been pretty much twice a day, every day, since I moved to Mountain View. So I don't know what I would do without that park to help kind of, keep me sane, exercised, and connected to the community. And I know I'm not alone at all. So what we do to make sure that everybody in our community has access to playing fields and parks is, that's really important to me. Thank you.
Councilmember Kamei.
Great, thanks. So I just wanted to start before going into the questions with a big thank you. I want to thank staff for the big effort to provide all the information tonight. I want to thank our school district representatives, a few who are still here, for coming tonight, and just want to state that I feel like this is kind of a conversation that's been years in the making. And I think it started with some of us who were on part of the school strategy, and now being able to culminate and have this discussion. I do think it's extremely important to our city, to the future of Mountain View. And I'm hoping too that as we go forward, this can be perhaps I don't know if fresh start is the correct term, but a fresh take on something that's extremely challenging, whether it be because of implications from the state or other limitations that we kind of went into the questions about. I'm hoping that we all mimic the vice mayor's positive attitude and try to find a path forward, because at the end of the day, it's about the future of our youth, but also our current residents, to make Mountain View a really great place to live, work, and play. So I just wanted to couch my comments there. I think for question 1 and 2, very straightforward, yes. For question 3, I felt like this was something in the staff report that I felt very important, which is working with the same information and the same assumptions. And so I would really like to go into the joint meeting with that, and perhaps that's how we start the conversation. So some information that I think would be important is some colleagues asked questions about developer fees and just kind of walking through the structure and the limitation. I know that we've had different outside consultants bring up student generation rates, but I would like to kind of dig in a little bit deeper into what those can be so that we can, again, work from the same assumptions. And then, as last was mentioned, kind of the revenue. What's the true number that we're working with, that we're looking to discuss and allocate? And I think I was whispering to Councilmember Ramirez, I think there needs to be an understanding too of how those funds from Shoreline can be used by the city, but also the school districts. I think that's really important clarity that I'd like to have going into the negotiation process. I think some other things that were mentioned that would be of interest are the mayor was asking questions related to the number of unhoused children in our city, and I would like to have a better understanding of what the current unhoused rates are for our children and families. I'm also with the understanding that may be low because I'm assuming self-reported, but I am interested if there could be some sort of ballpark that we understand. And I know we recently had our homelessness point in time count, but would like an updated number to work with. And then let's see. I think key is how much flexibility do we have? Because Ms. Srivastava was mentioning we're looking to adopt our housing element, next week, and that's 11,000 plus units that we need to provide over 8 years. The city doesn't have that flexibility in that regional housing needs assessment number. So we do need to densify, and what does that mean? And so I would love to see models of what kind of more dense schools look like. And so I know that there was models, and I think you, Ms. Ramberg, mentioned academies. I think allowing all the different entities to understand those models would be helpful for the negotiation process. And then I think Dr. Westover was mentioning in her public comment the different rates which Palo Alto, Los Altos, and Sunnyvale gives funding to their school districts, and I would love to know what those numbers are. And I think that's all for question 3 until we get to question 4. Thank you.
2 council members instead of 3. And just have 2 from each body. And question 3, certainly the Shoreline Area Plan, I'm very much looking forward to that. Maybe we should have asked what the timeline is for that. Anybody?
We're hoping to complete it by the fall.
Great, thank you. I feel like I have a different perspective often on data. I'm kind of used to looking at scenarios as opposed to this is the one case we're going to evaluate. And so as we go through this process, I would like scenarios based upon different assumptions so that you kind of have an idea of maybe an upper and lower limit and then maybe an average or something. But things like, population growth, student generation rates, because I think different assumptions might lead you to different perspectives on what we should be doing. And it also helps you think about what do you need to believe in order for something to happen. And I think that's always a useful way to look at things. I have to believe that inflation is going to be 20% a year for the next 5 years in order for X to happen. Things like that, to really test our thinking. I also think it's useful to look at past projections. So I guess I'll just use student generation rate student enrollment. So what was projected 5 years ago going out 10 years? and what was projected 4 years ago going out 10 years, and just kind of see, are we constantly looking at an increase, or have we looked at a decrease, and then what was the actual? So that we can see, are we consistently being optimistic or pessimistic versus what actually happens. And I think you can do that for lots of things, like the revenue from the Shoreline District, the revenue to the school districts, the city's revenue, expenses. How good are we at estimating what's happening in the future? Let's see. I also think it would be interesting for the city, and maybe we've already done this, come up with our estimate of the student generation rate based upon what we know about what might be built in North Bay Shore and East Wisman, the two big areas. And let's see, a question was raised about how can the Shoreline money be spent. I'd like to know how it was spent, looking backwards. Were the rules followed by both the city as well as the school district? And I think that's it.
Councilmember Ramos.
So keeping simple, question 1, yes. Question 2, yes. And I'm actually really excited about the joint kickoff. I haven't heard anyone say that. I'm super excited about that. For question 3, pretty much most of my colleagues, I agree with the data that they asked. I wanted to expand on Councilmember Kamei's ask of school district funding of other school districts. I would also like to expand on including like Cupertino School District, as far as you can. It doesn't have to be unreasonable, but I would also like a separate out between, because for example, you have Mountain View, Wisman, and then we have a high school district, and there's some of our neighboring districts are unified school districts, and if there's any differences on the funding per pupil that they get from their local taxes. And overall, the main thing I would like to look at in terms of data is what do we need to fund and what do they need to fund and how much money we have. And that's generally the sense that I think we really kind of need as we dig into more of the numbers. But the general sense is we're just trying to figure out what we need to fund, what they need to fund, and how much we have to fund that.
Thank you. Councilmember Abacoga.
Thank you, Mayor. And I also want to thank staff for all of your hard work and the extensive staff report. Very comprehensive. It was a lot of reading, I will admit. And I do also want to thank the representatives from our school district. And I've prided the partnership, the strong partnership that the city and the school has had over a long period of time. I know a lot of us have had our kids go through the schools. My younger one graduating just last year from high school. We've completed that. I actually miss those times and the volunteering at the schools and the communities there. And, for me, and frankly, when I first ran, it was part of the reason was because I felt that we could do more as a city to have an even stronger partnership with our schools as I looked at other cities and what they were doing. And I feel like we have been able to enhance that partnership. And I'm also going to be an optimist like the Vice Mayor and believe that we can continue to have that partnership and a stronger one into the future. And that's really my interest in as we discuss and go through these issues at hand. So in that regard, let's see, looking at the questions. Question 1, yes, I do support continuing to work on a short-term successor ERJPA agreement. I am encouraged to hear that members from the school district are also interested in that. to be frank, I wasn't really sure where folks were. So I appreciate this opportunity to have that discussion, and hope that we can come up with a short-term agreement. I will say, though, that, I guess when we get to data that we need, I would agree. I really would like to understand what this pot of money is. Frankly, I was surprised to see the 10%. And this was just based on when we go through the annual budget, and what I just recall some of the increases in the Shoreline Fund seemed pretty substantial. And so I had thought that we could perhaps offer more. But I think the first thing would be to get the analysis of the latest offer or counter offer or response from the school district. And so I'd like to see that information to see if we're getting closer to an agreement. So I guess for me, I would start off by saying, I think I know what our city's interests are. I would like to better understand what the school district's interests are in terms of the increased funding request. And I say that in the context of understanding that part of it is perhaps tied to the expected growth of the North Bay Shore area and students being generated. But I think there are other needs and also other ways to look at how we might be able to work together to help fund the needs of the school district. So, for instance, and I'll just throw some of these ideas out. I know some of you have heard of it, but when I watched the school district board meeting from, I think it was March, the presentation that Dr. Rudolph had provided, there was a lot of, I felt there's some talk about the lease revenue that the school district receives from, frankly, leasing some of their properties. And I thought, well, is there a way? And it looks like, just from what we're seeing, if not, at some point, we might be able to maybe cover that lease revenue. Would that help, free up some funding for the school district and also land? So, I think as I was watching that and thinking this through, I actually came up, and felt like there's many ways we can slice this pie. And so let's just, do brainstorming. Let's put out all the possibilities. I don't know, I had asked about, this bond measure that we might go out for. Is there a way of doing a joint bond measure if it's parks and schools, and that might even attract more, support. So I guess that's what I'd like to see, and maybe that's the process. That's with the process that we're laying out with the committees, the ad hoc committee that will be created. But having that kind of just, put everything out on the table, see what all of the options, possibilities are, and what can be realistically done. So that's what I would like to see, and. So that ties, I guess, more into the negotiation process. Question number 2. I do support the proposal. I do agree with Councilmember Matichek. Just to make it, frankly, equal footing, I would say 2 from each entity makes sense to me. And then in terms of information, so how I see this is, with the Shoreline Fund, and I know it's not a surprise for many of you who have heard me over the years that as we talked about development and redevelopment and expansion plans for North Bay Shore, there's the there were the existing challenges of congestion and so forth. And so the way we had laid out the plan was that, we would not allow more development until the current conditions were mitigated. I would say that some of it may have been, but, frankly, I don't think we actually ever really achieved our SOV caps and whatnot, and we sort of loosened a lot of our requirements over time, and that's been a concern to me. And then this issue of mitigation projects, and most of them being transportation projects. As much as I appreciate that we need them, many of us back then were under the impression, or our intent was that the expansion or office development would be primarily responsible for mitigating the challenges that would come from that growth. And so I think, I understand when the community sees us bonding for some of these projects. I think that, the debt that we're incurring, there's question about whether it should be that way. I question it myself. I think, the corporations who are growing should play a bigger role in helping to mitigate the externalities. And so I actually would like to see the Nexus study. I think Councilmember Ramirez asked for it. And I guess I would question whether we should consider doing another one in light of the 7 or 8 years that has passed. And as mentioned, things are different now, right? With COVID, things are very different. And so I think we may need to recalibrate where we are in comparison to where we were 10 years ago. So that, and then actually there's other things we've talked about over time in terms of transportation mitigation, such as congestion pricing. I'm not sure where we are with that study. Paid parking is something I've been, talking about, and we have our, lots that we're leasing out to entities out there to build parking structures and whatnot. And I've asked, well, can we start to, implement paid parking as a way, frankly, to control congestion, but and to incentivize people not to drive to work. So I'd like to understand, what are the other tools we can use to mitigate or to fund mitigations for these projects, rather than looking at just bonding out of the Shoreline Fund or just funding it out of the fund. So that would be 3. And then with 4, again, I appreciate Trustee Blakely mentioning that there is interest in negotiating the JUA. I think in light of just how intertwined we are, it makes sense for us to try to continue the partnership. But I will say that I think we need to look at some changes. Just being frank, I understood the fencing, and I understood that from a security reason. But when I went out to Castro School and saw the fencing, it is a barrier. It was hard for me to figure out how to get in, and this was after it was on a Saturday afternoon. And usually there's a lot of people out there playing soccer and whatnot, and it was very sparsely used. And I think part of that was, frankly, I just didn't know how to get in there. So I think if we're going to do this, joint use, it really needs to be, frankly, improved so that the community does feel like they can use it when, they're able to, but also just being clear, too, about, what are the hours that it can be used. I think there's just been so much vagueness over time and assumptions, and we just need to clarify that more, whether it's with talking about wayfinding, this is where I think we need signage and wayfinding, but, really being more clear with the community about what the actual, ability to use is. But I do think that, I agree with the Vice Mayor. I live near their Koff School and took my babies there, and after school we'd be on the playground. I think a lot of people expect that to be available, and so it would be unfortunate if that was taken away. So I would hope that we can find some kind of agreement, and I think there is benefit to both sides. But I think we need to just clarify what, the expectations are. So, yes, if we can continue to negotiate, I would be very much interested in doing so. Thank you.
Great. Thank you very much. So I have not answered the first two questions. Just a few remarks to begin with. I was happy to hear from the school board members that said they also, I guess, if they were up on the dais, they would approve this process as well. I think that puts us in a good position if we're all embracing the same process. I want to say that I care very deeply about many of the projects of the city, but also I brought this plaque because the Mountain View Wisman School District awarded me, I was on the site, I was the site council president at Castro School, was kind of the dual immersion program was struggling at the time. I was one of the people who helped pull it together. And I also put a school garden on every single school in the district. And so I was the favorite person of the year in 2008. And I also sent my children to the public schools from kindergarten through high school, as I think everybody sitting on this dais who has children did. So I think that's a testament to how much we really do care about the schools, but I also care about all the things that the city is doing as well. I care very deeply about producing enough housing. We, as you probably know, are in a housing crisis. Producing affordable housing, working with some of our very well organized lower income community members who have great ideas about how to produce that housing. I care about continuing to improve the way we, our safe parking lots, transitional housing, and not just housing. I care about, I care about parks, the wildlife refuge, and I could go on and on. An additional thing I care about, I think that we, in terms of North Bayshore, I agree with some of the changes that Council Member Abekoga was talking about, but I don't think we can change everything midstream. Dr. Rudolph sent us a letter about how he's from Rust Belt cities. My family is from Detroit and the Buffalo, Niagara area. And having grown up in those areas leaves me with the fear of economic instability, and we're in a very fluctuating time. So I want to make sure that we continue to create a great business climate, as well as the housing and the environmental things that we've been talking about. So with that background, yes, for question number 1 and number 2, I do want to continue working on those. Other council members have read the questions. I won't read them as well. In terms of question number 3, what information or data I'd like, I would like kind of an open book where we share. I know much more about the city's finances than the school. I have absolutely no idea how you compare to other schools around in terms of per student spending, in terms of what you pay teachers, in terms of just a whole, there's just a whole bunch of figures, facts and figures that I don't have. And so, in addition, all the things that other council members have said that they would like, I think we can do a lot of mutual sharing and we can make better decisions if we do that. So with that, I'll move on to question number 4. Does council support continued negotiation of the JUA with the district? And does council have any feedback about further exploring the impasse and options in the event the JUA is ended? And I think Councilmember Abekoga already answered that. But Councilmember Ramos.
Yeah, I support continuing negotiations with the JUA. I also support what Councilmember Abekoga brought up about how I also had the opportunity to walk around Castro, the Castro Elementary, and I found the open door, or the door that would be unlocked. But I think that we should also think about how we can partner with the schools to make the entryways more apparent that they're entryways, because they're all pretty much shut gates. And like, I'm not inclined to test out if a door is locked or not, because I'd be terrified if an alarm would shut on and I'd get in so much trouble, kind of thing. And so, like, as we figure out how we share these spaces for our park use with these schools, and especially, like, I was there on a Sunday, which presumably there's no school on Sunday, that it's clearly not being used by the school, but it could be used by our community if we had it more open and more apparent that our community can use it. So I agree in continuing negotiations on the JUA, but try to find ways where we can work together with the school district on making sure that space is truly a shared space.
Other council members? Councilmember Kamei?
Great, thank you. So for the first part of the question, yes, I support continued negotiation of the JUA. And then for the second, in terms of feedback for further exploration, I wrote suite of options. And so, I think that Councilmember Matichak, I kind of talked about this earlier, what has our historic relationship been like, and what are the maybe multiple paths we could take going forward? And I do think being able to understand that would be great, because I do think it's about trying to find maybe at certain properties X would work, but at other parks Y would work. And I think the council would really be interested in exploring that and understanding that greater. So if staff can maybe dig into that, because I know some schools have the existing security already built, some are going to be doing it. And I know that there was an attempt in Mauna Loma on that design. And so what would the path forward be for some of the sites that don't have the existing infrastructure already built? I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Ramirez.
Thank you, Mayor. The only, so yes, I do support continuing negotiation. The only other addition I would include is an understanding of the fiscal impact to the city. So I would love to know if we're not charging fees at cost recovery levels, that means we're losing money. So how much money are we losing? And that might be helpful for the school district to understand if they're going to assume that liability. And then related to that, if the fees were to go to the maximum permitted under the Civic Center Act, then how would that affect the current users of those fields? Would they decline to use them because now it's prohibitively expensive? So I think some stakeholder input would be helpful. Thank you.
Councilmember Matichak.
Thank you. I guess I kind of have mixed feelings on this topic. I would like to think that we could come to an agreement. On given days, I feel like it's possible, and on other days, I feel like it's not possible. So if staff thinks we can ultimately have an agreement that is good for residents, then yeah, we should continue. But I do want to make sure, as many have mentioned, that in terms of access to the open space, that it's not for like an hour a day for residents, and that it's obvious that they can use it, and that it's a pleasant environment. It's supposed to be park space. So if there were different options, as was mentioned, of what this joint use agreement might be, maybe we have another discussion about it in terms of the elements of it. I don't think it's going to look like it does now, but I'm not really sure what it's going to look like. But if staff thinks we can come up with something good, then yes, continue on. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
Yeah, I think we should negotiate the JUA. It has had a tremendous amount of social value for the community over the years. Putting up the fences it's a physical barrier that's created less value for the community to use those spaces. But I also feel like let's get to work on this the Shoreline EER JPA initially. To me, that's the one we should work on to start with, and then I think when we'll get a hopefully we'll get a process going that will be productive for the JUA after that. And then I think we need to give some thought to a time frame. How long are we interested in negotiating on this before we move on to other things. So, and I'm not sure what that is, whether it's a year, 2 years, but I don't think we want to be negotiating forever on it. And, but I am optimistic that particularly with the EER JPA, we can come to a reasonable agreement in a hopefully in a not too lengthy amount of time. Like with everybody, I don't want to take too much time because it's already midnight, but I do want to thank the staff for putting this together. I know you've done a tremendous amount of work. I also really would like to thank the school board members who were here in person to listen. I really appreciate your coming and joining us and being here. It means a lot, and I hope that it is, a sign of good things to come. I know several of you have been here quite often before, and that's good too. Thanks.
So I'd second that, the thanks to staff and to the school board members who've stayed now until after midnight, and the rest of you as well. So that said, yes, I do support continued negotiation of the JUA. I do think it's, I understand some of the realities of the changing safety situation at schools, but I do think that it's lost with the fencing and the kind of unclear signage. I think it's lost, and the hours, not just the fencing, but the hours during which the public is allowed to be there. I think it's really lost a tremendous amount of value. So those were 50% roughly of our neighborhood parks that are just gone now, as far as many residents feel about it. And so I would like to continue negotiating it, but I think we do have to keep in mind, as the Vice Mayor said, that it's lost a lot of value for residents and that the city has to pick it up somewhere else. And I also agree with the Vice Mayor that we should negotiate, but not forever. Have some time frame and look at alternatives if that doesn't work out. So, and recognize in our park planning that these are, we can't count these 100% as parks because they, because residents can, in fact, use them for a very small portion of their day. So with that, I think we're done with this particular item.
Madam Mayor?
No, we're not? Okay. What else?
If I may, Madam Mayor, I just wanted to say that, staff appreciates all of the input regarding information that you'd need. We've taken those notes, and that will be one of our key next steps, is coordinating with my counterparts at each of the school districts, also understanding the data needs that they have, and beginning to gather that data. There were 2 points about the process for the long-term successor education enhancement reserve agreement that I wanted to clarify. One is regarding the time frame at which we think it will take to reach that long-term agreement. I may have misunderstood a comment that was made by one of the speakers around the city having said that we would finish that by the end of the calendar year. I don't recall us saying that, and I don't think that that's feasible, that we would get through the joint meetings of the full bodies and then the joint subcommittee meetings, setting the groundwork, and then the staff negotiation, having all of that be complete by the end of December 2023. So I just wanted to make sure that I was clear about that with the council and with the members of the public who were here to speak on it. I also wanted to confirm that the staff recommendation around the subcommittee formation was to have one less than a member of quorum, and that we heard from 2 members of the council regarding a different proposal, but did not hear that from the other members of the council, so that our assumption is that we would go forward with the composition as recommended by staff.
Yes, I would strongly like to go with the recommendation made by staff.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, with that, I think we're done with this particular item, and we now move on to item number 8, which is council staff committee reports. Do we have any council staff or committee reports? Councilmember Ramos.
I had my opportunity to participate in my first regional board meeting. Yay! It was the Silicon Valley Animal Control Authority, and one update from that is we approved a fee schedule. They have increased some costs for adoptions and spade, neutering, all that fun stuff they do with animals. But they also went over their fiscal year budget, which would cause an increase in all the cities participating and an increase in whatever we pay by 3%. The options they gave us was option 1 was 6%, and then option 2 was 3% with using some funding from their reserves. But largely the driving factor of the decision was the representative from Santa Clara says that their city actually can't sustain a 6% increase because Santa Clara, interestingly, pays double what Mountain View pays, and then Mountain View pays like double what Campbell pays, and Campbell pays like double what Montecito pays. So like if you look, it's like an exponential kind of thing. So we kind of deferred to the city of Santa Clara when they're like, let's not pay that much. But yeah, that's what covered in our pretty much 15 minutes of a meeting. It was very quick.
Thank you. Councilmember Abakoga.
Thank you, Mayor. I think I'm supposed to report out. I went to the National League of Cities conference in Washington, D.C., and in conjunction with the MTC advocacy trip, Vice Mayor and I went to quite a few of our meetings with administration staff, HUD, the Federal Railroad Authority, and then I know we split up, but I met with Congresswoman Eshu's staff person, the Federal Transportation Administration, and it actually dovetailed really well. And as I mentioned earlier, I was really pleased because of all the times I've been to DC, and I think I've been to about 7 of these. This was probably the most productive I felt. I was surprised that some of the staff had, like with HUD, they had done research. They looked up Mountain View and how much funding we had, and we were told we actually had some money in the bank that we need to spend soon, and gave us some grant opportunities, and then I got a much clearer understanding of like our grade separation project, our funding requests and where we are. So overall, just a really productive trip. And I don't know, I know it's a late, but we did have a meeting with the Army folks. It was I guess a second part to the meeting that the mayor and the vice mayor had here. And at some point, I've shared with our staff what the conversation has been, but I would expect that we could probably have that discussion at some point with the council. I also attended, before that, the Civic they changed the name, conference, and it was focused on sustainability. I actually have to say, I go to these conferences, and maybe because I've been to a lot of them, but I feel like Mountain View is so far ahead of the game on a lot of these issues that I think we can actually be presenting at some of these conferences. But again, there's talk about sustainability, talk about our CCAs, just what's been happening up and down the state. So I did find it interesting to hear what other cities are doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Vice Mayor?
Well, ditto what Margaret said about it being a very productive meeting. I really enjoyed myself, and I thought the meetings were good. I sent you all, or I forwarded you all one email. It's very dense, so you probably, or the presentations are. You probably will want to look at one at a time and go back. But I think they were. It was really interesting. There were some very good contact information. Like there's a new office of energy and transportation that's working together, and that's such a good alignment for sustainability issues. So I think that we need to kind of connect again with that gentleman. And I will be writing up some notes about the other meeting because frankly it's too late and I didn't get to it. In addition to the ones that Margaret mentioned, I also went and visited the Fish and Wildlife Service. As you know, they own the land that the salt pond that is adjacent to Shoreline Park is in. So they are our neighbors, and we are doing this restoration project with them. So I think it's good to to maintain a very cordial relationship and touch base. So hopefully that's what we did. That's what I did. And I got to see the cherry blossoms. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Matichak?
Thank you. I also attended the National League of Cities Conference in Washington, D.C. And the session I learned the most from was the one on broadband. And I was glad that Christina Gilmore from the city manager's office was in that session, because the key takeaway for me was the federal government is working through the states, and you have to be in at the ground floor with the states in order to get funding of any kind for broadband. So Christina, I'm sure, ran back to City Hall to get working on that. It was also great to hear the First Lady speak. She's certainly very passionate about education. And let's see, I also participated in the Santa Clara County Airport Land Use Commission meeting. We are still working on an update to the comprehensive land use plan for the San Jose Airport because they changed their master plan a while ago. So we update ours. And I participated in the Bay Area Water Supply and Conservation Agency board meeting on March 16th. And Bosca is 20 years old this year. And it was created by state legislation, and it's the 26 agencies that purchase water from the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission that make up Bosca. At each meeting, we hear from the water management representative from one of the member agencies. And this time, it was our own Elizabeth Flagel from Mountain View who presented. And she talked about the benefits of working with the other water managers on a regular basis and some of the projects they're working on. And she did a great job representing Mountain View. Also at the meeting, each time we receive an update on the water situation. And I want to caveat this by saying, you can read about different statistics about snowpack, rainfall, water supply, and they are all coming from a different perspective. So this perspective is of the Hetch Hetchy water system, which serves Mountain View. And as of the March 16th meeting, total system storage, we're a storage-based system as opposed to just counting on rainfall. Our total system storage was at 88.3% of maximum storage, whereas the normal for that time of year is 79.9. As they say, the upcountry precipitation was, year-to-date, 52.86 inches, whereas the average annual total is 36.68, so a huge rain year for us. And the upcountry snowpack, which, as it melts, continues to fill the Hetch Hetchy Reservoir, and so sometimes they have to release water from the reservoir in order to handle the runoff from the snowpack. But the snowpack is at 230% of median. Exactly. So based on those current conditions, the SFPUC is going to recommend to their commission that they find that a water shortage no longer exists, and that the emergency should be rescinded. And that will happen at the SFPUC's meeting, the commission's meeting on April 11th. I know things have been done at the state level and through other agencies, but this again is for the San Francisco Public Utilities Commission that owns the Hetch Hetchy system that supplies Mountain View, or the vast majority of Mountain View's water. And that's it. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Kamei?
Thank you. Let's see. On the 21st, I attended the farewell retirement for Marcia. She was retiring from CHAC, so I was able to present a resolution on behalf of the city. Thanks to the mayor for signing that. And then last week, in my capacity as part of the VTA Policy Advisory Committee, they did a tour of the Cerrone bus yard, where we were able to ride their 100% electric bus, the Proterra bus, which was really great, which led to conversations about them wanting to host something at our North County facility in Mountain View. So I think TBD and more on that. Thanks.
Okay, seeing no more council updates, we'll move to item number 9. City Attorney Logue, do you have a closed session report?
Yes, thank you, City Attorney Logue. Here I have a quick closed session report out from actually a prior meeting of March 14th, 2023. In closed session on March 14th, 2023, City Council took final action on item 2.1 on the March 14th closed session agenda, which was a conference with legal counsel regarding a liability claim filed by Nancy Hobbs against the City of Mountain View. Ms. Hobbs' claim sought $1 million in damages for injuries she sustained as a result of a trip and fall incident at Shoreline Amphitheater. Council voted with 7 ayes, 0 noes, and 0 abstentions to deny the claim.
Thank you. We move on now to item number 10, adjournment. The next City Council meeting will be held on April 11th, 2023, and this meeting is adjourned at 12:16.